All right, welcome to yet another episode, episode 30. Now that I've been keeping track and going back and looking at the numbers here, this is episode 30 of the regular show, the live show, not including call-in shows. But anyway, you're here. There's 4 of you in the house already, and I just clicked live, so that's good. Thanks for joining. We are on MGTOW, we are on Rumble, and we are on YouTube tonight. We are going to go down the rabbit hole, and what I mean by that is we've had some of our friends in Gilded, some of them come on the show quite frequently, and there was a lot of topics for ideas for a show. Well, we've accumulated quite a few, and I wanted to churn and burn through some of them, give you guys some meat and potatoes to chew on here tonight. We've got a gentleman that decided it would be a good idea to delete his family because of his obsession over a cam girl. We have nukes. We have the chupacabra. We have a whole bunch of stuff here for you tonight. So on that note, I hope you're looking forward to this episode. If this isn't your cup of tea, you're more than welcome to tune in next time when we're not doing such a long, elaborate. It won't be a super long show, but I say that. But we're doing some urban legends, black-eyed children. We've got knowledge of forever time. Everything you should know about secret number stations. There's a whole bunch of interesting stuff here tonight, so hopefully you'll stick with us. It should be a good show. And here we go. All right. Let me pull that back off the screen here real quick. There we are. And again, welcome to the show. We are going to cover quite a bit of ground tonight. We've had some topics brewing back in Gilded. If you're not a member on Gilded yet, feel free to email me at redpillrhino@hotmail.com, and I will add you to our Gilded group if you are not a member already. Also, we'll get this out of the way early. If you'd like to support this channel, if you've been a long-term time watcher, maybe a first-time viewer, and you'd like to support the show, you can head over to redpillrhino.com, and I have links there if you'd like to donate or anything, as well as in the description of this video tonight, because we are covering so many topics. I have also put links to many of the topics we're going to be addressing in the description, so you can check those out on your own time. Am I missing anything? Not that I can think of at the moment. Just looking at these chats really quick. Anything I didn't pop up on the screen? We've got Chris Mitchell watching this evening. Good evening, gentlemen and brothers. Good evening, Chris. I did see your message. I will not probably have time to cover that tonight. So if you get a chance to cover that on your end, that would be awesome. If you do, I will recommend people go watch that, because it is definitely worth checking out. What you messaged me today. Billy Von Bomb. Howdy, Nate. Hope you're well. All right, Billy, good to see you here. Dr. Manhattan is here. Mr. Hemi is here with us. My barking, what? LOL, my dog is barking its balls off at your Rhino logo on that TV. There you go. Jackal Hunter, living but dead at the same time. Not possible, but okay. Ray Pacheco, got you guys in one tab, and Undead Chronic and Ribby in another. It's going to be a good Friday night. I don't know how you could do that and watch two at once, but right on, man. Glad to have you here. Glad you could make it. Chris Mitchell. I can't read that out loud, but no, I didn't get a chance to answer you back, unfortunately. I did see it. I just didn't get a chance. Billy is in the house again. Like I said, there we are. Cool. So that is catching up on that end. We are streaming on MGTOW, so you guys are welcome to chat over there. I will check it. Don't see anything now. And of course, Rumble. I think Rumble's having some problems because I'm not seeing anything in Rumble the last few weeks, or if I do, it's super late. But if you'd like to donate, please do so, good God, through either MGTOW.tv super chats or through RedPillRhino.com. Don't do it through Rumble right now, because I might not see your chat, and I wouldn't want to put you guys through that, donating and not reading your chat. So avoid Rumble right now until I figure out what's going on over there. Anyway, let's welcome our two guests. We've got Crusader Nate in the house tonight. How are you doing, sir?
Oh, you know me, usual.
Same quote, different week.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's been kind of a crazy week. I tested positive for a unspecified illness of unknown origins on Monday. Nowhere near as bad as what everybody claims, but yeah, just living the dream here.
Well, at least you're still among the living, because sometimes that thing can be kind of gross.
Yeah.
Sounds like you had kind of a lighter one too, because you're here and you sound okay for the most part.
Yeah, I've been doing my usual thing all week long. Just gives me a great excuse to avoid people.
I hear you. There you go. All right, and we also have MGTOW Mando. How are you doing this evening, sir?
I'm good. How's everyone else doing tonight?
I'm here.
Are you sure you're here? That sounds more like a philosophical statement.
It could be a simulation, so I'll get back to you on that. And I did want to point out, Chris Mitchell says them old ladies are going to your brain, Reno. It's a possibility for sure. Billy Von Bomb, I'm liking Rumble less and less. Yeah, I don't know what's going on over there, but I'm on it right now. I cannot see how many people are watching. Usually we have more people watching over there than here, so I know people are watching. Can't see that. Can't see the live chat. If there are any donations, can't see that. So that's fun. It's just a blank screen. I can see it's live, and I can see the live, but I can't see anything else on the screen. So wonderful, Rumble. Thank you so much for that.
If it makes you feel any better, Rhino, I have the Rumble app on my phone, and every time I open it up, it brings up my Rumble screen name and nothing else.
That's really weird. Yeah, Rumble is getting a little screwy. So, like I said, if you want to watch on Rumble, that's fine. But I wouldn't donate on Rumble. I'd use MGTOW.tv if you want to do that. In general, no matter who you're watching, because Rumble, yeah, we'll see. I don't want to say I don't like Rumble yet, but it's starting to disappoint me the last few weeks at least. Anyway, we have plenty to talk about, so maybe I should shut the hell up for a minute and get on with it. We want to start off tonight with an Ornpay obsessed deleter. That's how I have to word it because of YouTube, and I'm trying not to get banned this week. Last week I was. This week I'm change of pace. Grant Amato. If you haven't heard the name, you're about to. I'm not going to play the full interrogation. I put a link in the description so you guys can check that out. Did that for you on MGTOW Rumble as well, not just on YouTube. I was not stingy this week. But I do have this 7-minute video that Billy sent us, and I wanted to bring that up. If you do want to watch the full interrogation, it's actually worth watching. It's by a guy that is actually subscribed to me, shocking enough. He's got a lot of subscribers. His personal channel is Kazumi or Kazume, but he also goes by Just Can't Swim or JCS Criminal Psychology, which is where you can find the interrogation. I don't know why he's subscribed to me. He's a huge channel, so it's actually pretty cool. He watches our stuff. But it's surprising. He actually knows our friend Agent of Doubt a little bit too. So that's pretty cool. Small world. But anyway, the documentary itself with the interrogation is 53 minutes long. We cannot get that in here tonight. But like I said, we can do the 7-minute one. So I will give you guys that one. Let me pull this up here. Oh man, so many tabs open tonight. Okay, there we go. And I will full screen this for a few minutes so you guys can just watch it. I would say fair use, but Susan isn't here to yell at anymore. So YouTube, whoever watches this anymore, fair use. We'll interject here and there. Yes, Billy did come up with a story. He said, stop the presses. I've got a show idea for you. And we're doing it. Billy's not on here tonight for some reason. I'm not sure why. If he goes over to Gilded, he has the link to join the show. So he can join if he'd like. Any of you are welcome to join as well. I might throw up the link to join a little bit later, but I want to get through these first couple, get them out of the way. Billy, if you'd like to come on, go over to Gilded. I did put the link there earlier today if you'd like to talk about your story. So here we go. Let's press play here. Oh, and it crashes.
Grant Amato is serving life in prison without parole for murdering his family. His mother, father, and brother were all gunned down in their Florida home on January 24th, 2019. State attorneys said Amato wanted more money to pay a Bulgarian beauty he met online, Sylvia Ventislavova.
Poor baby. I'm so sorry.
No, you're not. You're not sorry at all.
The year before.
Okay, so here's my first interjection. Again, we don't have our main wafflers in the house this evening, but when she's not, I don't know if this has to be the same chick, but when she's just looking regular, she's just an average woman. No, did you guys catch that, MGTOW Crusader? Did you see her on screen there?
Yeah.
Just a regular looking woman. We're about to find out just how crazy a simp can be. Can I say that on YouTube still? I've been like not caring about censoring myself, but we're getting really close to monetization. So I'm trying my best.
Hang on. You're just mentioning that he's sympathetic to other people's causes.
Sympathetic. That's right. Very sympathetic. But yeah, there's nothing special about this girl. I mean, yeah, she's got a good frame, I guess, but I don't know. That's a dime a dozen. There's plenty of women that are like that and probably live down the street from this guy, but I digress. Let's get into this. My point is nothing very special to look at here.
For the murders, Amato spent around $200,000 on the.
Yeah, now that's the big deal. $200,000.
So he spent $250,000
Yep.
on a chick he couldn't even get a cheap thrill from.
He never met her in person. Okay. Crusader, I don't know if you're chomping at the bit or not, but what are your thoughts? 200,000 on a woman that you've only seen maybe her snatch on the internet. Maybe.
There's a term that comes to mind, ID 10T.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. Dude, why don't you actually get up, go outside and meet people?
Here's
And
Here's
this
where
guy
it
was
gets-
allegedly married, correct?
no, and here's where it gets worse. It's not his money.
No,
So-
he stole from his family, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. From his brother and his father, mostly from his father, but at least 600 from his brother. Anyway, let's carry on and see how this goes.
The alluring webcam model. The prosecution told a jury he'd siphoned that money from his parents, Chad and Margaret. $600 more disappeared from his brother Cody's account the morning after the massacre.
If you could please stand, Mr. Amato.
In the Circuit Court of the 18th Judicial Circuit in and for Seminole County, Florida, State of Florida versus Grant Amato, case number 1933 CFA. Verdict, count 1, Margaret Amato. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder.
A Seminole County jury found him guilty on 3 counts of first-degree murder. That panel spared.
Man, he's quite a looker himself. Check that out. Look at the schnoz on that son of a. Anyway,
honestly, if you stick him in a tanning bed for a few hours, he would look like somebody that's currently spending time in a Romanian prison for certain activities.
Something like that. Well, he's got more of a chin. Just saying.
Yeah, but he's got the right hairline.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that so much, but he definitely has a 5 head, for sure. But I'm not here to dog on the guy's looks, although I clown on everybody, so why not? My point here is this guy idiot. And worse still, we haven't even gotten, well, I mean, they just said he was guilty of murder. Okay, fine. Then we'll get to the juice of this particular instance. His family basically busted him using their money, and his solution was to delete his family. So wonderful individual here. Over a woman again he has never and now will never meet. You know who he will meet though? Bubba.
Yeah.
Bubba has been preparing for a long time for our friend here, Grant. And I'm sure Bubba's going to have a good time. Mouth. Oh, Grant's got a very pretty mouth. There you go. Let's see what we got in the chat here. Vincent Van Gogh, fuck yourself. 100 head. Yeah, that's true. Goddamn. Mr. E, a good professional costs about $1K a pump. You know how many pumps 200K buys you from a pretty woman? Just saying. Exactly. And Zero Cool. Wow, it's Friday already. Glad you're streaming tonight. Yeah, you know, we got to carry on. The show must go on. So we are here. Alfonso Miranda Jr., do you think a weekly visit to an actual hooker might have saved everyone? Yeah, but maybe. Again, the issue I have here is he probably still would have spent 200K and probably still have deleted his family. So maybe not. Dude's messed up in the head. I don't know what else to say. That's just one of those holy crap.
Look at that egg. Depending on what type of job he does, he probably gets hard boiled every time he goes outside.
Who said he had a job? Anyway, let's get back into this.
His life by choosing a penalty of prison instead of death.
Are you satisfied with the closing argument that was conducted by your counsel?
Yes, sir.
Amato chose not to take the stand during the trial. Behind bars, however, he's heard in jail calls recorded by the Seminole County Sheriff's Office.
All right, this part just listen to. I'm not going to interject, but the fucking audacity of this individual. There goes my, clean stream tonight. It wouldn't last long even if I tried. He wants to you just listen for yourselves. Unbelievable.
Discussing case details with a documentary producer.
We would just have I think I described it as we were acting like a couple of high schoolers doing falling in love. We're just talking on the phone all the time.
Don't know about you, but when I was in high school, I couldn't afford $200K, let $2K. But anyway, moving on.
The 30-year-old inmate describes being misunderstood, especially about his connection with Sylvia and how it consumed his life.
That was something that was foreign to me. Like I've always said, that was the first time I ever went to a site like that. The first girl I met, I just kind of fell in love with her at first sight. And I was spending 4 hours a night on the site.
His affection for the woman he never met seems to still be intact. He shared how violated he felt when the state showed photos from his computer of the model.
Those are things that she made. So those were public for everybody to hate them. Right.
Okay. What this simpleton doesn't understand is she doesn't care about him, and those photos are out there for every man that pays her, not just him. But he thinks he's special. Okay. All right, man. Oh God. This is why. How do I say this? You guys would know, Crusader especially. We've had our fun. This is why you have to get your friends out of the house and give them real life experiences.
Oh yeah,
and let them have fun and learn that there are women out there that you don't have to pay $200K for that are not on the internet.
No.
If you want to go that route, you could be a monk. That's fine too.
Right.
But this is what you get when you don't know about the real world.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this is one of a couple million men that are doing this repeatedly. This is just one dude that got caught and put on the internet and got busted and put in prison because of it. These women that are out there doing this, all they're after is your money, unlike, other women that are just after your money, even in person. These have just figured out how to do it from multiple people over the internet. I do know some people on the internet are somewhat entertaining, and on a Friday night listening to lunatics like us is a lot better than sitting in a bar, in my humble opinion. But
that's true.
Dude, be smart. 25% of your blood flow goes to your brain. It goes straight up out of your heart into your head. Put it to use.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and what is it that Pop's always saying that other head is
the one that all the bad decisions come out of?
One of the bad decisions
that's
here.
kind of where he goes with it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a WTF before you even get into the deletion issue.
Yeah. That's kind of where I'm at. Where do you think $200,000? I mean, you paid almost, I don't know where she's living specifically. I
probably spent it on shoes and purses and makeup.
Well, that was, again, a stupid decision, if that's true, allegedly, but I could see that being the case because most of these women still wind up in poverty because they buy dumb shit with it. But I mean, that's way more than a down payment on a house. That's like half a house in a small town. But again, I think she's overseas in Bulgaria. I believe that's where she is Bulgaria.
And let's look at this another way. If he wanted to use that money and the time that he wasted on this lady with 250K rounded up, he could have probably gotten a pilot's license.
Well,
easily.
He would have had to ask Dad for that, but he didn't now, so probably wouldn't have. Anyway, Billy says, I'd like to know, do you think she feels any sense of responsibility? She feels any sense of responsibility? I thought it was going to be he. I could have told you he doesn't. But
responsibility and accountability.
Does she feel responsibility? Exactly.
No.
Nate, you have it.
No. Does she feel any accountability or responsibility or any grief, any guilt or any? No. She probably laughed all the way to the bank, spent all the money, and has probably fleeced 10 other guys around the world in other countries the same way and has continued doing this.
But remember, I want to point this out really quick. If a man does this, Netflix will make a documentary about it and make you feel like all men are evil. But if a woman does this, you'll never even hear about her name. Matter of fact, I don't think it ever mentions her name in this or the other video. I'd have to do more digging on that. I don't know if her name's ever mentioned. But if she swindles some poor family out of 200 grand, Netflix, where's your documentary? But the tender swindler, we could carry on about that guy. Oh, dear
Billy
Lord, heaven forbid him.
Guy.
You did do a stream. Billy did a stream on that
about a year ago.
Billy, if you have a link to your stream so the audience can check it out. But yeah, again, where's her documentary? She did get 200K out of this family. Let's not say him. It's not his money, but out of his family, for sure. And no one cares.
And multiple lives.
This happened in 2019. I'm just now hearing about it today. There you go. Yeah.
Okay, that leads to another question then.
Mm-hmm.
Could the unspecified illness of unknown origin have had some kind of contributing factor on this situation?
Are we talking about the coof?
Yeah.
Yeah, something along that line.
This was pre-coof.
Yeah.
This was okay. I thought this was right around the time when the
No, this was like September, between August and October, I think, of 19.
Okay, well, disregard my thought process then.
Zero cool. I've seen decent looking dudes that are hunting land whales. Well, you know, to each their own.
Some like cougars, some like land whales.
I mean, look, here's the thing. Ignoring that statement completely, they might know where the good buffets in town are. So there is that. You know, if you like buffets, and if you're going to go to a buffet, this is my bit of advice for the evening, unrelated to the many topics we have to get through. Small waffle, very small, like one waffle. If you go to a buffet, don't get the fillers. No salads, no desserts, none of that shit. Go straight for the steaks or the crab or the lobster and fill up on that shit. That is how you get your money out of a buffet. But anyway,
Rhino, I do want to ask a question. A question relating to a couple of the conversations on Gilded, and I apologize. This is a minor waffle.
Mm-hmm.
Would you recommend going after cougars or sauropods?
Oh, Jesus. Honestly,
because they want to find the good salads.
No, I think I can answer your question. If I had to pick cougars or sauropods, let's see. If I only have two options, thank you for the waffle. We've only got like 20 articles to get through here. You see, a sauropod specifically would be these guys behind me. Mm-hmm. The Dreadnoughtus brontosaurus that doesn't exist, Billy. Apatosaurus, Brachiosaurus. I did that on purpose. Those are sauropods. Now, if you're going into the study of these dinosaurs, paleontology, archaeology, I've heard the money isn't actually that good. But if you can land yourself a very, very well-off cougar, you might actually do better going for the cougar. Dinosaurs are great, but if you got to pay them bills, pick you an old lady. There is my 2 cents for this evening on that. Thank you for making me answer those tough questions.
All the little inside jokes that nobody gets, other than those that are involved.
Yeah, if you guys haven't joined the Gilded yet, again, RedPillRhino at hotmail.com. I think you'd have a good time over there. We've been arguing about, is Pluto a planet, and is the Brontosaurus real for about 7 days now. Billy, Pluto is not a planet, and the Brontosaurus isn't real. Billy Von Bomb, he never denied that he believes in flat Earth. So I don't know. As far as I know, we've confirmed that Billy is a flat earther at this point. So,
fun times.
Moving right along, let's get to these chats because I still want to play a little bit more of this video and then move on to the next topic. Join the Slayers Academy. You'll be banging for the price of the early bird dinner. Yeah, actually, I like that. I can get behind that. Billy, if you want to do an early bird dinner, commercial, we can actually drop that price to
early bird special deal.
Yeah, the early bird special deal. Maybe we could do like $50 for the first 3 months or something. I like that. All you can eat buffets and everything. wonderful content. Anyway, Alfonso Miranda Jr., only thing she feels is the attention and Tyrone. Oh, shit. Tyrone behind her. Okay. Billy Von Bomb, a woman does it. She's celebrated. Mm-hmm. You work it, Queen. Billy Von Bomb. He's got a scratchy throat tonight, so he can't make it on, which is unfortunate because I'd love to have him on. Just, to discuss the hard topics tonight. Mr. E, she's not even giving it a second thought. No, she doesn't care. Billy Von Bomb. YouTube keeps stopping the stream when we did that one on the Tinder Swindler. Okay, well, if you've got the link, I still want to have you post it here so we can check it out. I want to check it out. Okay, so that's what I'm going to be doing, is watching that this week. Zero Cool. No, I think it's men don't know their value. Well, this dude certainly didn't. But did he have any? I don't know. I gotta talk shit. He's a fucking criminal, dude. He's a family deletionist. I have very little sympathy for him. Crusader Nate, he's on the panel. I'm not reading his chat. Dr. Manhattan. Yeah, fuck that guy. Dr. Manhattan, happy to be monk mode for the past 3 years. Don't see myself ever going back. Honestly, the way things are going, I don't blame you, and I probably would recommend it at this point. The world's going to hell. Nukes may be falling out of the sky, and there's no reason to have extra burdens and responsibilities. So good on you, sir. Probably a great way to go. And the economy shit too. Taking somebody out to eat cost twice what it did last year. So
there
you go.
Just wait. When all the bombs start falling and everything starts collapsing, they're going to be rushing to your door. You're going to be that guy that's prepared and knows what's going on. Then you'll be able to.
You might even need to know what that language is, so you know when to get down.
There you go.
And then what happens is when they come crawling and begging and pleading for your attention, slam the door in their face, laugh at them, and walk away.
There you go. All right. Mr. E, I like to order pizza with coupons. Look, I can't disclose too many personal details because I'm a streamer or whatever. I'm a person that gets online. There is a pizza place right up the street from me, and they make the most excellent pizza I've ever had. It's not too much sauce. It's plenty of cheese. I like that. I don't like the sauce overpowering the rest of the pizza. The toppings are always fresh. They're great. I know this is a waffle, but oh my God. So I tried their wings the other day, and most of these places now, Chili's, whatever, they use like that Tyson wing that's stuffed with all the fluid and it's oversized and it's gross. But these guys had the little wings, like, back when real chickens were used, the little wings. And the flavor, I actually called him and thanked him for the damn meal because it was that good, and asked him if they sold the hot sauce. They do. Jesus. If you're ever in my area, I live in Denver for now, let me know. I will hook you up. Email me at redpillrhino@hotmail.com, and I'll hook you up at the best pizza place in Colorado. I'm serious. It's fucking awesome.
Oh, Rhino, you just reminded me of an old Army story that is definitely not YouTube friendly.
Well, we will talk about that sometime, other time. All right. We've got WS here. Pizza is awesome. Matter of fact, MGTOW, if we go to new tech in another stream, remember the pizza and your story.
I will.
Okay, perfect.
Trust me, I'll be snickering about this the rest of the night.
Excellent. Next week, we're going to do a new tech second half exclusive. There you go. Pizza is awesome. All right, WS, I like to run around with scissors. Me too. I'm glad that we share something in common there, sir. Billy Von Bomb. And then we got to get on. I'm reading the chats now, but we got to start fucking counting through this. Brontosaurus exists. No, it does not exist, Billy. Brontosaurus does not exist. But, try again next time. Crusader, what were you going to say there?
I'm just laughing at one of Billy's comments.
I haven't gotten to it yet, huh?
Yeah, you haven't gotten there yet.
Ray Pacheco, the question I have, did the deceased have enough cash to be able to bury themselves, or did they get planted in random places? Oh my God, that's dark. I don't think they have money left to have, unless they prepaid. If they prepaid, they're good to go, but not everybody can do that. Especially if they don't know they're about to be deleted. So anyway, moving on. That just got dark in here, a little bit dark. So there it is. And we're back. Let's see. Alfonso Miranda Jr. I want a brontosaurus steak, but they don't exist. So you can't have one. They never existed. You'll have to look up the story about how the brontosaurus didn't exist. Billy Von Bomb. Look, I saw Fred Flintstone slide down a Bronto's back at the beginning of every episode. It was an apatosaurus, sir. Hate to break it to you, but it was an apatosaurus. You were sorely mistaken. I am not a flat earther, Billy says. All right. Well, I don't know.
Okay.
You didn't deny it then.
Hang on.
Go ahead and make that.
I've seen some of the video, or seen some of the photos he's put in the Gilded.
Mm-hmm.
Billy, are you a flat chester?
Flat chester. Oh, a flat earther and a flat chester. There you go. Anyway, Polska, I saw it too, Billy BVB. They are real. No.
I'm
look,
sorry, that
just
might have got you
because
banned.
You didn't get me banned. I would have gotten me banned by now. You're fine. Polska, you saw an apatosaurus. Just because you two have very poor vision, I don't know what to tell you. I have another rhino vid, but I am keeping it in the vault unless Rhino breaks the truce. Are you telling? Look, okay. Do you want me to break the truce? Do you want to bring your video out of the vault? Because every time you bring a video out of the vault, I just have more pee-pee break material. So I don't see how that's really a loss. Moving on, Jesus. What the fuck, Rhino? Not giving me credit for the Academy promotion burn. That's going over my head. So sorry about that. I am so sorry, Polska, that I didn't appease you this evening. I'll try harder next time to appease the what does he call himself? The Minister of Beer. I will try harder to appease the Ministry of Beer. Okay,
that's because of Chris Mitchell.
I'll do that just for you. All right, Billy Von Bomb. Once again, the Swindler live stream had all the Swindler stuff cut out of it. They wouldn't let me broadcast. Wow, that's interesting.
I think we were cut off 6 or 8 times in like a 1 hour period. We kept just getting kicked off streaming.
All right, guys. I really appreciate you chatting. I am trying to read them as quickly as I can, but I cannot spend the whole stream reading chats. So I'm going to get through these, get caught up, and then move on. Zero Cool, stay out of the cities. Also says, glad I'm not the only one who loves wings. Oh, dude, fuck. I have had an obsession with wings since I was 7 years old. Old Chicago. Now, I shit you not, they don't do it anymore, and Old Chicago is kind of bland now. But back in the day, somewhere in the 90s, maybe 97, 98, they had what was called the Volcano. And you got a big old plate of wings stacked up like this, and they had fresh diced jalapenos and habaneros on it. That was delicious. Spicy as all hell. I have since evolved to Dragon's Breath scorpion pepper wings. Those are good too. Basically anything that you shouldn't eat. Buchalakia, whatever it is, I love wings. That is my favorite food. If I ever end up like this guy, which I won't because, I don't pay $200,000 for a cam girl, but if I ever ended up on death row for some reason, wings would be my last meal of choice. So there you go. You learned something about Rhino today. Jackal Hunter, I just ate Burger King. I'm sorry, sir. Billy Von Bomb, Denver pizza comes with Rocky Mountain oysters. If you don't know what Rocky Mountain oysters are, and that was not an excited, it was more like, all right, bold move. Cow balls. That's what that is. Anyway, if you've never had Rocky Mountain oysters, you'll probably not have them now unless you're just weird and into that kind of thing. WS, if no one claims you, usually you end up in the equivalent of Potter's Field. All right. Yeah. I'm sure family claimed them. It's not that bad, man. They weren't like ejectocito cuz into the Wild Blue Yonder. Anyway, Zero Cool, using dinosaurs, what species would you consider a modern woman? What?
Dilophosaurus.
Why the fuck do we even need to cover all these topics with these questions? Why? Okay. No. You're going to have to explain yourself. Dilophosaurus, really? Why? And scientifically accurate. You can't use the Jurassic Park one for reference.
I'm not going to.
Okay.
One, it has several features that appear to be utterly useless. Two, its jaw strength its draw strength appears to have been weak enough that the only thing it could have been an obligate of would be a scavenger. And 3, artist renditions both pre and post Jurassic Park had it as a relatively elegant looking creature that also appeared to be so fragile that a stern glance would kill it.
I'm going to let him have that one, even though I really like the Dilophosaurus being 13 feet long. I still think it could destroy any of us on the stream here tonight, but
and morbidly obese.
The Dilophosaurus was not morbidly obese. Where do you get that from? The Dilophosaurus never hit the wall. All right, you guys are offending me tonight.
Try to spit him up.
All right, god damn. I don't. Which one would I pick as a modern woman? You know what? Stiggy Moloch, hard-headed. There you go.
Leech. Spineless and suck the life. A leech, spineless and it'll suck the life out of you. Am I wrong?
That's not a dinosaur, sir. Anyway, hi. Quick question from Calliope. Did she request the money or did he just gather it? I'm assuming, based on what I saw in the interview, that she had like this certain amount you had to spend on her for her to interact with you. Therefore, his dumbass wanted to interact with her a lot. And so he went to daddy's credit card and said, cha-ching, a lot. And that's how he wound up here. So there we go. Polska Bob did it, Billy. Do it, Billy. Yeah, there you go. Polska told you to release. I don't know what our truce is anyway. You broke it last week, so I don't know how we have a truce. Shadow Hunter. I'm not reading that guy. I don't like that guy. There you go. Polska Bob. I'm legit minister of beer. Yet to be proven, Polska. If we ever meet in real life, I would like to see what beers you were the minister of. And if they're just like Coors and Budweiser, you're fired. I come from Colorado, home of craft beers. We have good shit here. Fat Tire is actually really good. I think that's sold nationally. But anyway, Billy Von Bomb. I'm waiting to see what he does, Bob. I'm not doing anything, sir. I mean, I have plenty of ammunition, but it's a ceasefire on my end. Anyway, waffles. Yes, I see that, Crusader. We are waffling. I'm trying, dude. You guys are asking good questions. I think we need the spam song, but with waffles. Spam, spam, eggs, bacon, sausage, and spam. Yes. Zero Cool. Check out our buffalo wings and rings. I don't know what that is. Is that like a check our buffalo wings and rings? I don't know if that's a restaurant there where you are, but okay. WS, those types of wings sound like they hurt coming out right now. Here's the thing. I can promise you the wings that I like are delicious going in. I cannot promise you that you'll be able to continue work the next day. That is all I'm saying. So you might want to reserve those for the night off of work where you don't have to go in tomorrow because you might be spending time on the throne thinking about life extensively. Bring magazines. Jackal Hunter. Or the Liver King who claims to eat testicles. Yeah. That guy's a fucking... moving on.
Just be glad we're not together in person, because I did go to Toxic Hell for dinner.
Oh, you got Taco Hell?
Yeah, Toxic Hell.
Yikes.
Ooh.
Nice. Mr. E, beer and wings every Saturday night. Yes, that is fantastic. You're living like a king, in my opinion. Zero Cool. Same one I picked. The Dilophosaurus? All right. Wow. You guys are brutal on the Dilophosaurus. Anyway, Sean St. George, we're having a dinosaur stream tonight. No, we're not. These guys in the chat just want to talk about dinosaurs now. I bring up dinosaurs and Gilded, and now it's just infected the entire show. Alfonso Miranda Jr., what kind of dinosaur were those little chirping bastards the size of a cat? Compsognathus. I might be butchering the pronunciation.
There were two of them that had a similar body style.
Why are we even talking about anything else? Compsognathus is what you're thinking of. It's a little yellow and green one that attacked a little girl on the island and then killed what's his face later on. Stark. I don't know if that was his name for sure. I don't know if that was the. No, I think it was Stark. Anyway, the Lost World Jurassic Park. Compsognathus. Compsognathus.
There's another species of it called Compsognathus that was I want to say a little bit bigger and a little bit lower to the ground on its body plan.
But we are waffling like crazy. Fucking Christ. Polska Bob, dinosaurs never existed. You're one of those. Okay, so I can no longer recommend you subscribe to Polska Bob as he believes in lies. There is only a fossil record that proves the existence of dinosaurs. But I like Polska, but dinosaurs are real and the Earth is round. Anyway, Sean St. George. Wait, you were talking about the dude that killed his family over a cam goal? We were until I started reading these chats. Polska Bob, Mitchell still here? Yeah, I think he might have checked out. Zero Cool out. He might have left. I don't know. Nate's not incorrect. Spineless, cowardly hides in water, takes nutrients from others, ugly in reality, coated in nasty slime. Yeah, but it wasn't a dinosaur, so
technically, I just looked it up. Leeches have been around since about 266 million years ago.
Okay, but did it classify as a dinosaur? No. So moving on. By the way, if you're wondering, you're just getting here and you're wondering why the sets changed, maybe you didn't watch last week or whatever. It is the 30th anniversary of Jurassic Park, so I've got the dinosaurs up. And apparently that's what we're going to talk about the rest of the night. Thank you, chat.
Would you rather us talk about cougars?
I would rather talk about the topics at hand, damn it. Mr. Hemi, probably getting his ass whooped by his boy Bob. Maybe I missed that. Anyway, Jackal Hunter, Taco Puhel. All right. I'm going to try to catch up on these chats. Dear God, your models are cool. Can't help it. Yeah, they're just, you can buy these yourself. You can go to the store. You can buy these. Some of them are Target exclusives. They're not even models. They're actually, most of these are from the Jurassic Park line. Some of them are from the 90s. Some of them are current. I just like them. They're cool. Brontosaurus is a lie. Just even if the Brontosaurus was real, the Dreadnought is like fucking 3 times the size. So kind of a puny little thing if you're talking about thunder lizards. But whatever, Billy. Didn't exist.
Okay, hang on. Given some of the stuff that we talked about in this year, are you sure you want to mention anything with thunder?
I'm just gonna carry on. I didn't even hear that. Let's see. Mitchell isn't on Ike's panel. Okay, cool. Thank you. Brontosaurus, Google it. Yes, Google how it never existed. Please knock yourself out. And I don't care what the Smithsonian says because they've ignored the data that suggests it's not real. So that's fine. Dr. Manhattan, getting dumb sucks. But have you ever left your takeout at the restaurant? Oh, yeah, I've done that. That is no fun. We could have just had a stream where you ask us questions. I swear that's what this is devolving into. I'm here, but I'm on Ike and Scott's stream. Got it. We're trying not to waffle. This is not my fault. This is your fault. You in the chat. That's why. Anyway. Leeches are now walking around in human form now. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Billy Von Baum got the dinosaurs, but denies the one right behind his head. That is a Dreadnoughtus, sir. It's the size of a Boeing 747. Your fake dinosaur was not even close to that size, so it doesn't exist. God, it's getting me spun up, motherfucker. I'm gonna stop reading the chats. I've got 3 more. And then I'm done. Okay, maybe 4 more. Oh, I forgot. Rhino only classifies as retirement home, flings as dinosaurs. Well, there might be some truth to that. There might be some
good
truth
one, Jackal.
Sean St. George used to do models as a kid, cars, military vehicles, and Star Trek ships. Good times. Should get back into the hobby. Absolutely, sir. Always good times. Let's see. Polska Bob, those fossils are all fake. Oh, my God. Government pays people for them to keep the lie going. Wake up, Rhino. All right. Look, there is a difference between red pill and just flat out tinfoil. And there it is. That's tinfoil. All right. Yes, all those fossils are fake. None of them ever happened. No dinosaurs. Even though assuming you listened or read any of the scriptures, they did talk about these giant lizard dragon type things in there. I wonder what those were, but they didn't exist. Well, the Brontosaurus didn't exist, so the size of a 747, but smaller than the T-Rex. That is also right behind his head. What? No, there's no brontosaurus behind my head, sir. By the way, Billy, and this is the last waffling. I swear to fuck, I got one to scale for you. This is the newest edition. Okay, this is a T-Rex. All right, it is to scale with that Dreadnoughtus behind it. There you go. I got it just for you, just so you couldn't give me shit about scale anymore.
He's going to give you shit about scale. You know that, right?
Well, now it's corrected. The T-Rex there is proportioned to the Dreadnoughtus. Zero cool. I'm considering doing Metal Earth ones. Those are cool. I've done a few of those. I'm not a dino expert, Jackal. That's my childhood. My first love was dinosaurs. Before even Jurassic Park came out, my grandparents had bought me those big encyclopedias and those. Do you remember zoo books? They had like a dinosaurs one when I was a kid. Some of you guys that are older are like, what the fuck is he talking about? But zoo books were a thing, and you could get like all the dinosaurs and learn about them. It was really cool shit. When I was a kid, I loved that shit. So there you go. Done with the chats for now. We need to get on with this shit. So god damn it. But thank you guys. Thank you for hanging out. Are you saying I'm crazy? Rhino Polska Bob says, well, I mean, if the shoe fits, lace that bitch up and wear it. Anyway.
Hey, sanity is for the weak.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not saying okay, Polska, you might be crazy, but I never said I was sane. So if it makes you feel any better. All right, let's play this shit already. God damn. You guys made me waffle like a motherfucker, and I promise not to waffle tonight. I fucked up. Anyway, carrying on.
But all those other photos, like all just single shots of her, pretty much all the selfies of her, those were all personal for me. So nobody else has those. I think it's because, like, I would just request to see, like, you know, what she looked like. And I, you know, like, you got all the makeup off. I just want to see the normal you. And they seemed personalized.
Now on appeal, his attorney told Court TV earlier this month one potential juror should have never made it to the final round.
She was asked about her feelings about a life in prison sentence, and she expressed a concern about the cost to her as a taxpayer, which is a extreme admission of not being impartial.
I feel like I have really solid grounds for appealing
That right there is what I wanted you guys to hear. I have really solid grounds for appealing. Okay. You guys, if you haven't already, I think it's the second tab down. Just save it to your watch later. Open a new tab, save to watch later. It's his police interview. The dude never admits, not in the courtroom, not in the interrogation, to deleting his family. But dude, they didn't convict you on circumstantial evidence. There was obviously, and I didn't sit through the court case, so I wouldn't know, but there was obviously enough to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you were responsible. I mean, I don't want to be one to jump to conclusions. Maybe it was circumstantial, but come on. I doubt that. I bet you his fingerprints were on the pew stick and everything, but I digress.
not only the whole trial phase, but just the whole entire case altogether.
Amato maintains his innocence in these jail recordings. He also insisted his unusual...
So let me just get this straight. And I'm not waffling, promise. So your whole family just ends up on the floor in really bad positions because things happen. Let's see. They don't have any known enemies that we know of at this point. And just prior to this, they had found out you took $200,000 from them and told you never again, or you're screwed, in a polite way of saying it. And he resumes talking to this girl and sending her money again. And then suddenly the family ends up, poof, no longer alive, right? Yeah, okay.
Hang on. There's something we have to consider.
Yes.
It was the
chupacabra that did it, wasn't it?
No. Did any of them have evidence on the Clintons?
Oh, God. Okay. We don't know at this time. Anyway, resuming this. But yes, if the Clintons were involved, this guy is definitely not guilty.
Relationship that fueled the case against him was not one-sided or just about money.
I would flat out agree that there was a money aspect to it, but
Right.
that's with anybody. You know, if you were married to somebody who had a lot of money, you would enjoy that hurt of that relationship.
Except it wasn't your money, you little fuckboy. And Jesus, I don't know anybody on this panel that's married, but if those of you in the chat are brave enough to admit you're married, when was the last time you spent $200K to see your wife's butthole? I'm just curious.
Everybody loves to get paid, but she never asked me for money to begin with, ever, and she never made it a point that that's why she wanted to talk with me.
Mm-hmm.
It's unreal. I mean, if he wasn't a convicted murderer who wiped out his family, I would almost feel sorry for him. I mean, he got played. He got totally.
All right, and that's probably where we're going to leave this one. He got okay. Yeah, let's have yeah, we'll leave it at that. So that is the first of the topics
Can I say
tonight.
something in response to that? 'Cause
Go ahead, sure.
this is not like some random Joe in the barracks who got taken for his paycheck because of some one-year queen making him think, oh, I'm different, I love you. No, this is some chick he never met in person that he spent enough to put a very nice payment on a house.
Oh, yeah.
So
I mean, in some states, you could buy a house for that.
He doesn't get sympathy on this one.
No, none. And you're right, Sean St. George, Orn Pay is free. He was probably so lonely he had to pay for companionship. No excuse, man. Court TV is based where? I'm not sure specifically what state, but U.S., if that helps. Yeah, I don't understand. I could never, of course, you know, I've never been in the position where I'm that lonely or I care that much, or, you know, I couldn't just pester a few chicks until I found one that I wanted to date, you know, like a normal human being. But I can never imagine being in a position where I reach into my dad's wallet and say, he'll never notice that $200K. And she loves me. She's different. Come on, dude. How stupid do you have to be to spend even, I don't know, $10 on one of these only thoughts? Like, seriously. And I get it. And I'm full screen here because I'm doing my sentimental shit with you guys. Look, there is no reason in hell to give any woman on the internet your money. And I don't care about the companionship shit. Technically, escorts are legal because they are not promising actual activity, right? At least that's how they kind of bend the rules on that. If you're that fucking lonely, pay for one of those. You know, you're paying for the experience of the dinner, right? Okay. But I'm not telling you to do that either. Honestly, I don't even know what to tell you. This is shit. The fact that so many men, and I get it, 60% of people, males under the age of 30 are apparently not having any luck in the bedroom. But my God, I can't justify spending any money on women who hate you. Let's be bottom line about it. They hate you. They like your validation. They like your attention. They love your money, but they hate you. You disgust them, dude. Don't do it. And I don't know. I think my viewers are smart enough that they would never. And even if you are, look, let me level with you. Maybe one of you watching right now has paid a girl, cam girl, OnlyFans. I don't know, whatever it is. Think about it this way. You could have saved that money and bought something you wanted. Maybe you could have used it to go see a movie. You could have used it to get a part for your car. You could have used it to, I don't know, save for a house, anything. You gave her your money that you put hours of your life into that you won't get back ever. Okay? Because money is an exchange of your life for a certain dollar amount. You gave that to her. Just think about it. Why waste your money on a woman that didn't earn it and doesn't care about you? And I know they're going to sell you the girlfriend experience. Hey, babe, how are you today? Ooh, all that bullshit. No, dude. She doesn't care. Bottom line. Yeah, there you go. You could have used that money to buy a dog. Mr. E says, if you need companionship, buy a dog. He's absolutely right. Again, Cougar Academy is only $69.95. Polska Bob reminded us. You could get yourself a short lifetime commitment to a cougar of your dreams for only $69.95. You can apply at redpillrhino@hotmail.com, and I will run you through how to successfully land a nice retirement. I mean, cougar.
Something else I'd like to point out. We live in the 21st bloody century.
Mm-hmm.
There's these devices called computers. They have this thing called Bluetooth. You can go to adult entertainment stores, download a DVD and a cylindrical object that you can use to get the same bloody effect, and you can use it over and over again.
That is way too much fucking effort, but I get what he's saying. There are fleshlights, right, that I guess interact with video. That's what you're saying?
Yeah. Don't ask how I know this. It's not a YouTube friendly comment, but let's just say that I found out in the barracks when I was on CQ one night that there are very interactive computer programs.
If you need synchronized swimming, shall we say?
Synchronized assistance?
Synchronized assistance, yeah. You can get that, and probably for a fraction of the cost. So there you go. Let's move on.
$80.
Let's move on to another topic. Actually, I might do a quick break just because my bladder is a little full at the moment. So let's do the let's just pick one out of the hat, and then we'll move on to the next topic. We're gonna breeze through these next few. Keep off the dinosaur topics the rest of the night, gentlemen, in the chat. That's all I ask. All right, let's carry on.
Hello, my name is RedPillRhino. You may know me from such shows as The Redonkulous Show and Jimmy Bone's Waffle Hour. Today I want to talk to you about a subject that is near and dear to my heart. Cougars. Older women often know what they want in the bedroom and are confident in their sexuality, which can lead to a more satisfying, intimate experience for both partners. However, oftentimes most younger men don't realize the richness and joy an older cougar can bring to their lives. Not only will a cougar shower her young lover with attention and affection, but she will also reward her young lover with gifts and riches. Not only now, but with her insurance policy in the future when things, how can I put this, come to an end. You are probably asking, Rhino, how can I tap into this amazing opportunity? Well, that is where I'm here to help. Introducing the Red Pill Rhino Master Cougar Slayer Academy. My patented system takes you from level 0 to level 10 hero in no time at all. I will teach you the skills you need to land your own cougar. You'll learn skills such as what to do when your cougar falls down and can't get up, how to check blood pressure and blood sugar levels correctly, wheelchair maintenance and repair, proper casket shopping and selection, diaper changing etiquette, and much, much more. The process begins when you meet with one of our professional cougar consultants who's trained to match you with the cougar that's right for you. Once matched, you'll be introduced to your cougar via Zoom call. That is, if your cougar knows how to work her computer's camera. From there, you will meet your cougar, and your budding love affair will soon bloom into a rich and warm relationship filled with lots of fun times and the many inevitable doctor's visits. All the while continuing your cougar mastery courses to hone your cougar slaying skills. You may ask, Rhino, this sounds expensive. And that is where you'd be wrong, because I am bringing you my services for the low, low price of only $69.95 a month. For this amazing low price, your world will be transformed forever. A world where you and your cougar will romp and enjoy life as it was intended. But wait, there's more. Not only will I be bringing you my cougar slaying courses for this incredibly low price, but I'm also going to include the Cougar Cub Connection Network, a place I created for you to meet other like-minded cougars and cubs to share in your amazing journey. But you need to act now as space is limited and classes are filling up quickly. Join the hundreds of happy and satisfied cubs and cougars today by joining the Red Pill Rhino Cougar Hunting Academy. You'll be glad you did, and so will your cougar. Join today by visiting redpillrhino.com. My name is Rhino, RedPillRhino. I'm what you call a master cougar slayer, level 10.
So there you go. If you would like to join that program, redpillrhino@hotmail.com, and you're welcome in advance. All right. I had posted the link in the live chat if you'd like to join the show, although we do have to keep things moving along because I am already way behind schedule. Go figure. And I've posted that in MGTOW and Rumble. What's weird is MGTOW is really light tonight on viewers, and Rumble, I don't know what's going on Rumble. I have no clue. Anyway, let's see. We have, if you guys don't know who Glenn Beck is, we do have a clip here. I'm going to kind of jump around on it to the important bits, but we have some stuff going on in the world today that is a little bit, how do I say, not so great. And as he points out clearly, nobody's really talking about it. So let's get into that really quick. I'm just going to press play on this thing. Let me present screen. Let you guys check this out. But yeah, nobody wants to talk about what is going on right now. Probably could fast forward to that. Let's see, right?
Nuclear war is a possibility.
Might be time to restock the fallout shelter. Vladimir Putin just threatened nuclear war.
There's a huge possibility about a third world war.
7 in 10 people fear the possibility of a nuclear war.
This is not the first time we've faced a potential nuclear war. Decades ago, during the Cold War, the fear of nukes was everywhere.
Always remember, the flash of an atomic bomb can come at any time, no matter where you may be.
Potentially a little too much paranoia.
9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Maybe. But at least our government was talking about the threat and what it meant. At least Americans were preparing for any possibility. At least we had a plan. But now, nothing. Nada. Silence from those who we've elected to keep us safe, to warn us.
I like the edit where they just show his face blankly staring, because it's exactly what he is doing.
And to prepare us for all scenarios possible. But it's time to wake up. America, nuclear war is quickly becoming one of those serious possibilities again, like it or not. Tonight, I will show you how real the danger is, despite the secrecy from Washington, D.C. Tonight, Nuclear War 101. How to prepare for the horrifying reality of nuclear war. Okay. On that note, his fancy little intro there was probably a little unnecessary, but it kind of gives you an idea of where we're going. I'm going to get into some of that, and I do want you to see the clip of the day after. It's really cheesy now, but we're seeing, and then he does talk about it in the end. We're going to fast forward to that point pretty rapidly. And then I've got a map that he talks about in the show. And basically, I can click a spot on the map or pick a city. Maybe some of you in the chat have a city in mind. We can enter a yield in kilotons, and we can simulate dropping that thing. It will estimate fatalities, injuries, and a bunch of other things, including how far that radiation travels through air current. So we can check that out briefly. But yeah, it's just shocking that we're all going about our business as if certain someones aren't going over to the Ukraine and saying we're here for good, and kind of just pushing a certain bear into a corner and saying nothing's going to happen here. No big deal. Gentlemen, before I do press play though, what are your thoughts on that? Just the, entire absence of trying to prepare people for what's going on. Just seems a little odd to me.
Crusader, do you want to go first on this one? Because
I'm probably not the best person to ask that question to, because I've been hearing about all this stuff since I've been a kid. I remember seeing the movie Red Dawn in the theater as a kid. I mean, they've been, it's, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. This is going to happen. This is, you never know when this. I've heard that so many times for so many decades. It's like, all right, you actually going to drop it, or are you just going to sit there and fearmonger and scare people into it?
Well,
that's my take on it.
I mean, I'll admit, during the Cold War, it's a bit ridiculous, like the hide under your desk thing. Okay,
yeah,
because that's going to work. But there are other countries that are telling their citizens to open up their fallout shelters, get ready, get prepared in the event of. Meanwhile, and I mean, I can already kind of tell you, in my opinion, I have to say that your government does not give a rat's ass about you. If anything, you're just a hindrance to their goals. Which is interesting because we the people, are supposed to be in control of the government. However, I feel like that's not been true for a long time now. They've gone rogue. They're completely illegitimate and corrupt, in my opinion. But again, it's just an opinion. Do with that what you will. But it is a shame. And I think that's why they're not bothering to tell you, because quite frankly, they're pushing the bear with a stick to see if it's going to do something. And you're just entertainment if, a certain few hundred cities go up in smoke.
I would like to say something.
Sure.
And this is definitely germane to this. And it's why I wanted to let Crusader go first, because you may need a wrecking ball.
Okay.
Nuclear weapons are bad.
Yes.
Nuclear weapons, when used at a certain quantity, will erase life on this planet as we know it. However, nuclear weapons are not the thing you want to use to win a war. They're what you want to use to end a war.
Yeah.
How do I put this where it's polite? They're like the bully in the schoolyard who is shoving you, and you finally just grab a roll of quarters and punch that bully right in the nose with that roll of quarters. Your fist did no good. The roll of quarters, that is what you use to end the argument. A nuke, similar concept.
Yeah.
And depending on how big it is, it could be one of these things where the area it's hit with is uninhabitable for a couple thousand years.
Yeah.
Or, well, I'll just put it this way. Hiroshima and Nagasaki have been rebuilt and are occupied again.
There you go.
Well, I don't know if anybody out there is old enough to remember when social media got started, there was a video that was put out of a little kid that kept getting bullied and bullied and bullied at school. And the kid was smart enough one day to bring an aluminum bat to the playground. And he clocked the bully in the back of the head with the baseball bat, and the bully went down like a domino. And everyone's like, oh, that's so wrong to do that. That is a nuclear weapon. It stops the fight.
Yeah.
As funny as it was. And I will openly admit I laughed at it until they took it off the internet. But yeah, that's what nuclear weapons are. But the fear mongering and everything else about them, everybody's scared to talk about it. Nobody wants to talk about it. And the public hysteria that'll be drawn up if they do start talking about it, it's just going to drive people into a panic. They want people to order their stuff on the internet, get free 1 or 2 day shipping, and get their burgers through a hole in the wall. They want them ignorant and just keep paying into the system.
Fat, dumb, and lazy.
That sounds about right.
Powers that be one of the population, at least in this country, from what I've observed.
All right, and I get you guys' your thoughts on that. I think my thing is you have to think about how rational the two big fuck it. I don't know how else to say it or how to word it so YouTube doesn't
Big
pick it
dogs
up,
on
so I'll
the
just
block.
say it. Oh, well, China and Russia. Let's just get it over with. Rip the Band-Aid off. China and Russia are doing joint training in South Africa right now, or at least are scheduled to do so. Now, you have two people in charge of those two big countries that, quite frankly, are a little bit out there. And if they feel like maybe they don't need the assistance of the petrodollar anymore, then there is no reason to continue talking to, negotiating, or giving a shit about what a, United States has to say, right? Just, again, my opinion. So what would stop them from stopping that entire country from, I don't know, existing? Because who cares at this point? Just my thoughts,
The only thing keeping them from actually doing that, allegedly, is that they would like access to the farmland on their terms.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if that farmland has been contaminated with something like cobalt or cesium, they're not going to be able to use it.
Okay. So in that case, I would go back to my argument. I think we talked about on Pop, and I think I've talked about on my own show as well. Excuse me. Speaking of Pop, I noticed that still did that on my mic. Sorry. I honestly believe the EMP thing would be far more rational and reasonable. You could starve out this country if you hit EMPs in the right places. I mean, nobody knows how to survive the thing, quite frankly. And if they destroyed the infrastructure, where would they get the replacement electronics from? I don't know. Overseas, China maybe. And China says, sorry, not happening.
Well, I think it was a decade ago or so. There was a TV series called Jericho where there were factions of the U.S. government that didn't agree with each other and used EMPs and basically sent everybody back to 1865.
Yeah.
No modern equipment. Everything went all small village, small town trading. And if you do that to any country, they're going to be back to, horse and carriage Amish lifestyle, trying to struggle and to fight modern militaries. And that would just be devastating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And like I said, I'm not in the minds of these other leaders. I don't know what they're thinking, what they're planning, what they do. Again, our two guests on the panel, I do understand their point. And as Polska will point out, panic, fear, propaganda, all that. I do get it. I can empathize with that, there's no reason to, I don't know, waste your time thinking about shit that ain't going to happen, or maybe it will. And if it does, kiss your ass goodbye anyway. But I think for me, when I see these two coming together, China and Russia, I see a whole lot of crazy. I mean, if you look at how China handled their own plan, coof, they welded people inside apartments, and as those apartments were burning down and many people didn't make it, they don't even care about their own people. So, and Putin, I mean, I'm not saying he's stupid, but let's be honest, cold-blooded killer, he is not. Well, he is what I mean to say. He doesn't care. And if he feels like this is his last hurrah, by the way, if you guys actually watch their equivalent of State of the Unions, again, that's propaganda too. You need to understand that they will lure you into the trap as well and make even the American people turn on their own government, which again is beneficial to the Russians. But keep in mind the SSR was really good with propaganda, and Putin's a carryover from it. So that said, though, I'm about to shut my mouth. That said, there is something to be said when Putin flat out says, full screen again, they're taking religion out of their countries. They're introducing children to
adult content.
Predators. Let's say that. Predators. Putin mentions all this. He says their country's degenerate. He even points out the women, the OnlyFans, all the nonsense. He's even saying it. He's like, this country over here is pretty fucked, propaganda or not, you hear the guy say it and you're like, yeah. And he points out how corrupt the government is. And quite frankly, irregardless of what he said, here's my question. Do any of you remember voting for sending money to Ukraine? Your money. I mean, assuming you work, which most of you watching this show, I'm sure do. Did you ever vote or even talk to your representatives about, I don't know, sending billions of dollars and weaponry, again, funded by us?
It can't be accounted for?
To Ukraine. Yeah, can't even be accounted for. Do you remember voting for that? Now, when you think of it from that perspective, what Putin says in his little State of the Union, I think it was like last week sometime he did this, he's pointing out everything that we already know, but it's like the dude, as crazy as he is, he's not wrong. And again, you already know I have my own beliefs and whatever, but assuming we go based on the majority of this country that believes we were founded under Christian values, even though separation of church and state, and I get that, but if we're supposed to be a country founded under God, there ain't much God in this country anymore. And again, I have no horse in the race in particular. I'm not an atheist, but the church isn't really my thing. I'll just leave it at that. Where is your God? Is he on OnlyFans? Is he in your government that no longer represents you? I mean, where is your God anymore? I'm not sure he's in this country. Nor, I mean, I'm not one to speak for God, but nor would I want to be in this country with the way they've turned their back on said God. Now, I've lost a few viewers on that, and that's okay, because quite frankly, we've lost our way as a country. Now, that's only assuming you believe, again, that we were founded under God and we have Christian principles, which most people in this country would agree on. Again, we're a melting pot. You're allowed to have whatever belief or religion or lack thereof that you want. But assuming that is our core values under our founding fathers, which some of them were not believers either, but kind of lost our way, right? Lost our way in a lot of ways, not just religion, in a lot of ways. So not to ramble too long on that, but you guys, what are your thoughts? Yeah, it wasn't really waffling. It's still on the topic, but
it's a national waffling.
Yeah. Anyway, Crusader, your thoughts before we get back into this. MGTOW, your thoughts.
We aren't what we were generations ago. We've changed. And like any other force in nature always goes to correct itself. Yeah. This may be that time.
Oh, I'd agree with that. Pendulum always swings back.
Yep.
Sometimes violently. MGTOW, what are your thoughts before we carry on?
Okay. When it comes to the other national leaders that you mentioned, Russia, their leader is what I would classify as clever like a fox. He's going to sit back. He's going to watch. He's going to let his adversaries tear themselves apart.
Yeah.
And then when he feels it's the most advantageous, that's when he's going to engage in some kind of devastating action.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be an attack.
Yeah.
All he has to do is call up a certain individual we know, and I'm only using him because of his unique skill set. Say, hey, can you make a video for me of such and such individual doing such and such thing at such and such time and place?
Right.
Thanks. Greatly appreciate it. Love you.
Yeah.
3 weeks later, it's being air quotes debunked on CNN.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. On that note, we'll look at some of the chats here really quick and then carry on because we like I said, we've got a lot of ground to cover. And this one I'm going to kind of rush through because I mean we all know what's going on. It's just it's nothing shocks me anymore. I can't even say it's shocking. Your government just doesn't care about you. Again, my opinion, but maybe your opinions align with mine. Dr. Manhattan, this is much different than the Cold War. I would agree. Sean St. George, our top adversaries doing joint training exercises. That is something to be concerned about. I would agree, sir. It's a Cold War with China and a proxy war with Russia. It's kind of like the 60s and 70s. I'd say it's a little bit different than that. Everyone's ready to go bankrupt, and we're screwed either way. If any superpowers get pushed into a corner with no other option, they will most likely hit the button.
Yeah.
That's
I
kind of
can't
my
disagree.
theory on it. That's where I'm at. Like, everybody wants to say fear porn and all that, but I mean, you fuck with somebody so much, they're gonna punch back. And in this case, the people punching back have nukes. Just saying. So, you know.
And the thing is, you can only put or get people to a state of fear and keep them there so long before you have to hit a release valve.
Yeah. Well, there's that too. Yeah. Sean St. George, probably why Russia hasn't gone total war in Ukraine. He wants it intact if he can get it versus rebuilding it. Yeah, I can see the value to that. Absolutely. Let's see. China stopped selling the Russians microchips. Okay. I don't know if that's going to continue because now they seem to be getting along as of recently. Got Chris Mitchell backstage. I've also got Jackal, but we got to keep burning and churning. So I will get you guys on here very briefly, but stand by. Mile High Ronin, the press became the news since the last cold beer. Huh? Okay. Sean St. George, I watched Jericho on deployment. Good show. I only saw bits and pieces of it, but sounds like it's worth watching. Mr. E, Sean, it's about port cities. Russia has only 2 national commercial ports. All right, guys. I'm going to go through this as quickly as I can. Dr. Manhattan, open your Bible, folks. There you go. Advice to those of you that have a Bible that want to read it. Sean St. George, the U.S. government has been doing a good enough job in doing that without Russians' help. Yeah, they're basically screwing us every way from Sunday. Sean St. George. Yeah, I mean, really, honestly, when I talk about starvation, backing up to his post really quick, I mean, how many families in this country? I'd have to pull up the data, and Nate, I'm not going to just put you in a corner there, but how many families do you suspect, just a guesstimate, either one of you can answer, are living on credit right now to buy groceries? It was some kind of ridiculously high amount, but I mean,
67 to 68%.
Well, okay, there you go. And what happens when the credit runs out? What happens when the banks start calling? What do you do then? And I look, here's the thing. I'll just get personal with you for a second. So I have a job that pays pretty well, but I've also got a lot of financial responsibilities. And, I'm kind of tight on cash. I look at the cost of things. I work within a 200-mile radius, right? So I have plenty of options of places to live on my route. And I noticed even the cheapest town is becoming a little bit not affordable. And by that, I mean, it's starting to compare to the biggest city in my state, which is scary because I'm talking about the smallest city in my state of the major cities. And their prices, the same thing's going on. They're moving out the old tenants and doubling the price for the new tenants. It's ridiculous. I mean, most people can't afford to live. And I'm looking at it like, well, I'll just move to the cheap town. I'm like, so I saved $200 or $300 by doing that. That's not really my plan. It's crazy. And that's everywhere. Not just here, but people are getting to the point where they can't afford to live.
I know Pop mentioned it a couple of times, and a few other people have mentioned it. And if you look at human history, anytime the cost of living exceeds about 40% of what the average person makes, that's when unrest starts to happen and civilizations unravel.
Where are we at now?
About 32 to 36%.
Oh, fuck. So we are not far.
No.
And look, I don't want to see that. And I got to be honest with you, there is a part of me, and I'm sure it's a lot of you feel the same way, that just despises how I'm going to use some word salad here to not directly say what I'm saying. I despise the fact that our government no longer values, respects, or stands by our Constitution. I'm irritated that there are entire libraries that can be filled with laws to control, because let's be honest, that's what it's about, the population. I am irritated that there is no freedom, really. And again, I'm not bitching and complaining. There are far worse places. What I'm saying is our government was supposed to be very limited and now they have become limitless, and I have a problem with that. I really do, and I think most of you would agree. Again, there are far worse places you could be, and a lot of people from those places that have come here are warning that we're going to end up like those places if we allow this government to continue doing what it's doing. So keep that in mind. Is this the worst place in the world to live? No, this was supposed to be, and for a long time was, the best place you could live in this planet. But this government is hell-bent on destroying that. And again, I feel like they've gone rogue, and they're no longer doing the will of the people. But that that's a whole nother stream. MGTOW, what are your thoughts?
I actually have a quick question for you. And Crusader, sure. I know you're going to know the answer to this. Let Rhino answer before you jump in, please.
I'll shut up.
Okay. What percentage? Actually, let me rephrase this question just slightly. Mm-hmm. Who has more rules and regulations governing your vehicle? The EPA or the highway people?
Okay, so DOT or EPA?
Mm-hmm.
I would take a wild guess. I mean, DOT is already stupid. They've got this fee and that fee and every goddamn fee they can tack on. It's funny if a vehicle isn't safe for the road. I'm getting to the answer. If a vehicle isn't safe for the road, you get a fine. But if the road isn't safe for the vehicle, tough shit. Funny how that works, DOT. Anyway, I'm going to say the EPA has more.
Ding, 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 ding. You got it in one.
Okay.
Everything from the tires you put on your car to the
materials
oil and gasoline that you put into the engine to keep that thing running smoothly has got more regulations on it than even the rail system is supposed to have.
God damn. I am not shocked.
Before I started working the job I currently work, I already kind of had an idea how many regs there were governing just my regular day-to-day life.
Mm-hmm.
I was appalled when I saw the overall numbers that are out there.
Mm-hmm.
We've got people who none of us have ever heard of making decisions as to whether or not our way of life is worthy of continuing.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not talking about in UN land. We're talking about in bureaucrat government land.
Yep. Well, on an interesting note, I have a few friends that wound up getting hit by a snow and ice storm last week.
Mm-hmm.
They've been running on generators to heat their homes, and the utility company has told them, even though it's been 7 days since they've lost power in their communities, they don't have the infrastructure nor the supplies to be able to get their community up by the end of this month.
God damn. Yeah, that's not good. That is not good at all. And you said we're at 32% of 40, roughly. So that leaves 8%.
Roughly. Yeah.
Roughly, but that's 8% margin before
mm-hmm.
I say we're within margin of error before things start going bad.
It's not fucking reversible. It's not going to get better.
It can relax a little bit.
Tell me how in the hell you can reverse, and this is a whole topic for a new stream, but the national debt, inflation, the fiat currency in general, I believe in, and again, and I say this, and I feel like I need a full screen every time I say it, just so you guys understand, in my opinion, there is no reversing course. We are circling the drain. The toilet has been flushed as far as I'm concerned.
Yes and no. A lot of the globalization of multiple economies, and how the web has basically, there's a web of economies of all these different countries, all basically combining into one. People are defaulting on mortgages in China. People are defaulting on mortgages in Russia. People are defaulting on mortgages all over the world in this global economy.
Okay, so let's entertain this. Again, these are waffles, but this is the rabbit hole episode. So let's entertain this for a moment. If everybody is hurtling towards this 40%, hypothetically, what do you see globally happening. I mean, collapse of global government. But then doesn't that lead to the rise of a world government or some bullshit? Just your opinion. What are your thoughts?
If this does go that route, it can go a number of different ways. More than likely, your mega cities, your big metropolis cities are going to fall and collapse.
Yeah.
Your big, your LA, your San Francisco, your New York City, your major cities like that, those are going to collapse and implode on themselves. All those people are going to go out into other areas, and we're going to roll back to what cities were like in the 1880s.
Yeah.
We're going to have more of a rural community. You're going to have more homesteading people. Your major city infrastructures are going to collapse.
I can see that.
I honestly see kind of a rise of what I would refer to as neo-feudalism.
Yes. And that would be the next way it would go, because you're going to have some people that have large net worths that have purchased vast quantities of land, and they'll say, you can come out and live on my land if you work the land. And then what's going to happen is you're going to resort towards that feudalism aspect. Right. However, with the way people are now, you're going to get bands of people who would challenge that quote unquote feudal lord who quote unquote owns that land. And then it's going to get broken up, and you're going to have smaller skirmishes and just break things up further and further and cause more conflict.
I can see. Yeah. Okay.
And that's not even taking into consideration the large, what would be referred to as mega corporations.
Yeah.
That in some cases have more real value than a lot of countries do.
Yes.
All right. On that note, we've got to carry right along, but let's say at our current trajectory, how many, just simple answers, because we got to roll through this footage and we got to move on to our next few topics. But on our current trajectory, we can say locally, we could say globally. I think if you're saying we're all kind of in the same boat together, which it does appear that way globally. How many years would you wager if you were to place a bet? I'm not saying you're placing a bet, but hypothetically, if you were, how many years or decades would you say before we reach that point, Crusader?
Depending, and there's an amalgamation of factors that could push that one way or another. I could see it happening within the next 3 decades.
30 years. Okay. And that's just, again, we're not
greater than a 51% chance within 30 years.
Okay. And we are not saying anything that anybody on this panel has said is a fact. So if you come back in 30 years and it hasn't happened, congratulations, things got better. But based on current trajectory, that is a hypothesis. There you go. But let's jump back into this video. The reason you came here, for the rabbit hole. Let's get back to it. Yeah, let's just jump right in here.
I don't want to bring fear. I want to bring information, so you can prepare yourself in any way you see fit, at least with knowledge. In Great Britain, the government has already told its people to prepare and start to look fallout shelters, et cetera, et cetera. The Swiss, just 6 months ago, they made it mandatory that you go into your fallout shelter, because it's mandatory from the 1950s and 60s to have a fallout shelter, and make sure that everything is stocked up with fresh water and fresh food. This is a reality in Russia. They are doing the same thing. They are cleaning up the old fallout shelters and making sure that the people understand. Here in America, we're not talking about it. Now, let me show you just a quick horror here. Over 1.5 million people, that's how many Americans would die instantly if a nuclear bomb exploded over New York City. There is a website that has an interactive map. It was created by Alec Wellerstein. He's a professor at Stevens Institute of Technology. And this interactive map allows you to zoom in anywhere in the U.S. to see the scope of the area that would be affected by a nuclear blast. It's a rabbit hole that is a little grim, but a little addicting too. Now, this is an example from an 800-ton kiloton bomb, which is currently the Russian arsenal. It is 38 times more powerful than the atomic bomb dropped in Nagasaki. If Russia launched one of its land-based nuclear missiles, we'd have about 30 minutes to prepare. If Russia launched from a submarine, we could have 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. Just 2 weeks ago, a former Russian army commander said this on Russian TV.
Я больше чем убежден, пока эти друзья ядерные бомбы по куполу не получат, ничего совершенно не образумится. И когда мы эту тему раз или иначе поднимали, но по-другому с этими дураками разговаривать невозможно. Победим 100%. А где? Везде. Везде. И дело далеко не в Украине. Везде. Россия была, есть и будет великой. Мы должны сделать выводы, чтобы когда-то в 45-м до конца не додавили. Сегодня мы должны додавить так, чтобы больше этой угрозы никогда и беды для нашей страны не было.
We will win war everywhere. Last month, the chairman of Russia's Security Council said this, quote, the loss of a nuclear power, that's Russia or us, in a conventional war, meaning the current war in Ukraine, could provoke a nuclear war. Nuclear powers have not lost major conflicts on which their fate depends. And this should be obvious to everyone. We all know that a serious war between us and Russia never fought directly before. If we are saying that it is the toppling of their government is our out, if they feel like they are going to be toppled, well, let me reverse it.
At this point, I've gone beyond their fair use. So if they want to ding me, they can. But assuming he actually cares about his message, we'll see if we get the copyright strike or not. But I'm going to play through this a little bit further. Then we're going to fast forward to, I think, this section here. But I'm going to play through a little bit of this. Let's see. Actually, I'll decide. But let's play through a little bit more of this. But yeah, fair use is out the window at this point. I'm just trying to get the message out. You can watch the full episode if you'd like. The link is in the description. Obviously, this is from Blaze TV. This is Glenn Beck doing the show, giving credit where credit is due. You can find the links in all the live streams tonight to everything we are talking about, or maybe some things we missed, like the full police interview of our first topic. But anyway, let's carry on here.
If we felt we were going to be toppled and lose to the former Soviet Union, would we launch? I know this is insane talk, and hopefully it's just bluster, but these are now threats that we have never faced before, a direct war with a nuclear power, and it has to be taken seriously. Americans used to understand this. For about half a century, we had a healthy fear of nuclear Armageddon because we witnessed it firsthand in Hiroshima and Nagasaki to end World War II. Here's a survivor from Hiroshima describing what she saw.
Outside her house, the survivors began to gather, their faces burned and swollen. They begged for water.
Their skin was peeling off and hanging. And at first, I saw some, and I thought they were holding something, or the rag or something, but that was really skin.
This color footage of victims taken in 1946 was classified until the 1980s.
Just 4 years later, the Soviets developed their first nuclear weapon. So you know, their first nuclear weapon, they stole the information from us through spies. And into the 1950s, we feared we were falling behind the Soviets because of something called Sputnik. Watch.
The Soviets said the kind of rockets which have taken Sputnik up could also carry nuclear weapons in space.
Could you pause it for half a second right
They
now?
were using Sputnik
absolutely.
to try to...
All right, here we go. MGTOW, what were you thinking here?
This is not quite a waffle, but it is something I kind of want to clarify with what they're more than likely going to discuss here.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason every astronaut that you have seen us send up into space, whether it's American, Russian, Chinese, or pretty much anything other than a civilian on one of the megacorps I mentioned earlier has military rank. Technically speaking, while NASA is a civilian agency on paper, it is operated by the military and the Department of Defense. So, because the rockets that we were setting up for the Saturn program and similar were the baseline for our early and mid-tier ICBMs. The same holds true for Russia. Same held true for China.
All right. Okay. On that note, we'll get back into it. This video I do want you guys to see. Again, you can check it out on your own, but I do want to play through a little bit more. And then we've got more interesting topics. I'll put it that way, and then we'll close out for the night. The interesting topics will go a little bit quicker, but we still have Chupacabra on tap. We've got the legend of, how is that pronounced? Rogaro? Is that what that is? We've got some interesting ones here for you still.
Rogaro?
Yeah, so if you guys stick around for the fun and you get past the fear, doom, and gloom, we've got the Chupacabra here for you. What else do we have? Oh, did you know? Maybe I'll just make this a passing note here really quick instead of covering it. But for those of you watching, the teacher with the giant fake titties that we actually did on a stream, if you guys remember, if I got like a certain amount of donations that night, that I would also do giant fake titties. And there is a stream out there somewhere where I have giant fake titties. I can't remember the name of the episode, but he was faking it all along, as some of us started to suspect. But now the school is paying him not to work. If you're interested in finding out more about that, check out the quartering. He covered that today. Good shit. But yeah, the titty thing was all an act.
I'm muting because I'm about to laugh so much.
Go ahead. All right. On that note, let's get back to.
I got kicked out because my computer is apparently neutered. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with it. I think the RAM must be
all good, man. We're gonna carry on. If your computer acts up, just if you have to drop out, drop out. But we're gonna get back to this really quick because there is so much shit still to cover. So here we go. Welcome to the rabbit hole. This episode will never be done again because there's so much to cover tonight. But I was like, everybody was like, "Is he doing a stream tonight?" I'm like, I don't know. And then I looked at the topics, and MGTOW brought up nukes. I was like, man, if we just cover nukes, it's going to be doom and gloom, and people are so tired of doom and gloom. Why don't we just cover everything? And here we are. So let's see how this goes. Yeah, pressing play. Oh, wait. I'm playing the wrong thing. No wonder. We're just staring at a blank screen. Excuse me for that. Here we go. Sorry.
To scare the United States, to scare Americans into the idea that we were all in danger of some Soviet nuclear weapon coming from space.
Watch the person watching right here. This is what Americans were doing. They were looking to the heavens, and they were looking at this. This is one of the three prototype Sputniks. The one that actually went up into space, burned up on reentry. The National Air and Space Museum in Washington has one. The Russian Soviet.
I'd still love to know how Glenn Beck just, is able to just pull this shit into his studio at any time. Here's one of the Sputniks. Like, goddamn, that money must be good, man.
The Space Museum has one, and Mercury now has one as well. This was terrifying, and those fears were not irrational. In 1961, Russia detonated something they called the Tsar Bomba, which means king of bombs in Russian. The test was done over an island in the Arctic Ocean, and it was the largest nuclear weapon ever set off. Now, this is a 50 megaton blast. That is 3,000 times more powerful than the bombs dropped on Hiroshima. Its mushroom cloud was 130,000 feet tall. To give you some perspective, that's 4.5 times the height of Mount Everest.
Jeez.
That same year, Congress funded a national fallout shelter program in which schools and other public buildings were identified as appropriate shelters in the case of a nuclear attack.
Now, we kind of know some of this, and I'm going to breeze over a little bit of it because you know about the Cold War fears and all this. Let's keep going here. I want to get to...
Oh, that's a good one.
What's that?
Operation Looking Glass.
Oh, yeah. Actually, you know what? It's broken. It's broken into sections. That's beautiful. Okay. Thank you, Jackal, for pointing that out. We will actually start there.
Glass. The Air Force kept several planes in the air at all times to serve as the command and control center. This is for nuclear launches in case our land-based command centers were taken out in a nuclear attack. The Air Force kept these planes up in the air 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, every day for 29 years. The closest we came to a nuclear war was a 13-day standoff known as the Cuban Missile Crisis. Most Americans today just don't fully grasp how dire the situation was.
Ooh.
I remember growing up and listening to an old Andy Williams album with my mom at Christmas time, and it had the song, "Do You Hear What I Hear?"
This shit I didn't know until today. So if you also learned this today, congratulations. I thought it was just a Christmas song. Nope.
Didn't know this until we were researching for this show, but that song was written by a husband and wife during the peak stress of the Cuban Missile Crisis. The line from that song, "A star dancing in the night with a tail as big as a kite," is referring to a nuclear missile, not a Star of Bethlehem.
Nope.
Which is why later in the song, it says, "Pray for peace, people everywhere." The fear of nuclear war was very real to Americans. Now, let's fast forward. I'm 19 years old. We'll go 21 years in the future here, 1983, which is the most threatening year for nuclear war since 1962.
Mm-hmm.
I know I was living and working in Washington, D.C. I remember looking out my window and seeing the red lights on top of the Washington Monument and thinking, this might be the last thing I see. I might see a flash.
Now we're getting to personal stories here. I do want to jump ahead. Looking Glass was basically the planes were over the sky 24/7. 365 for what he said, like 29 fucking years.
Yeah, they were also referred to as the Doomsday Planes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, but are we doing anything like that now? Now, I don't know. Maybe it's classified. We might not know.
No, we have other methods of doing this. We don't have to constantly have those flying.
Okay. What I want to do is jump to right here, and then we can skip all of this and just go to right about here. So that's pretty nice. We don't have to watch the whole damn thing. If you want to catch it, there's other details in here that are pretty cool. Disneyland apparently had berms made that may have had a secondary use. There is an advertisement for how to take care of your dogs, and then there's
some jokes to be made there.
And then there's some Christian messaging here at the end, which like I said, I was raised to believe what I felt was right. I have nothing against Christians themselves. It's the church that I kind of take issue with. I think the church has kind of fallen far away from its intended message. And there was a comment earlier where feminism has corrupted the church. I would agree. The church is starting to move in some of these group. Can I say the word on YouTube? Sure. I'm going to do it anyway. Groomers are starting to be implemented into the church. And I have a real problem with that. So
if it's big money type churches, then I completely understand. Now the small town, just the church on the corners, now those ones you can keep your faith in, because those people are they're country folk just trying to stay right with the Lord. They don't have big money. The church has been around for a while, so they're just keeping it together.
I want to say this again for you guys. I'm going to cut in. I want to say this again for you guys watching. I don't deny the Christian God at all. I have never denied, never will deny. That's where I'll leave it tonight. But I don't want you guys to get this ideology that like I don't like Christians, or I don't like the Christian church, or excuse me, the Christians that are involved in the church that may not be part of what the church is becoming. I'm spiritual. I have my own beliefs, but I don't deny Christianity. I'll never talk shit about you guys. You do what you got to do.
Cougars.
I believe in cougars. Well, those of you who've been watching for a while know my belief system. I'm a fucking heathen, man. You guys probably hate me, but I've never said the Christian God
He also
or
believes in dinosaurs.
yeah, I do because they're real. I believe in the Christian God. I believe that he, she, whatever exists, right? But we're changing that in the church now too. Anyway,
Yeah, I was
Like
just gonna
having
point
women
out-
for pastors.
I'm going to move on from that really quickly. We need to get back into this and not have any more tangents. It's going to go on. MGDOW, I'll give you a second since you have been trying to get in there, but then we got to really move on.
All I was going to say is I partially agree with you, Jackal. I partially disagree. It's the denomination that you have to look at.
Okay.
Well, of
As
course,
well
you
as
always
the
have to
size of the
keep that into
church.
account.
Yeah. So anyway, we're going to move on from there because I try not to go too religious on these streams just because people can get into massive arguments over that. And like I said, I'll full screen for this. Fuck it. You believe what you want to believe. I'm not going to tell you what's right or wrong. If you're an atheist or agnostic, that's fine. I have friends that are. I'm cool with that. And sometimes I say things that blow my mind. There was something about the universe, life being the universe observing itself, and that in itself is kind of godly in my opinion, but that's an atheist perspective. And I was like, wow, that's actually really cool. Life is the universe observing itself. It was a trip to hear. So if you believe that, that's fine. If you believe in pagan religions, fine. If you're a Christian, fine. I'm not here to tell you what's wrong. I don't have the answers. I haven't died and found out. All I'm going to tell you is no judgment here. Whether you're Hindu, Muslim, Jewish, whatever denomination, you're fine here. I'm not going to judge you.
Buddhists.
I can't stand when people gatekeep and say you're wrong and these religions and you're going to die and burn and suffer because you didn't believe in my invisible man in the sky. That's what I don't like. But anyway, that is Waffles. As Crusader just pointed out.
Hey, that's Jimmy's job.
No, but seriously, I just want you guys to know, no judgment here. You believe what you want to believe. I am not here to tell you what is right or wrong. That's bottom line. But back to what we were talking about before that. Here we go.
About the start of the nuclear war with Soviets. Beside the cheesy effects of the time, it is a grim and realistic take on what full-scale nuclear...
I fast forwarded about a second too late in there. It's the day after. It's a little movie made back then. And yeah, it's very corny, but it screwed a lot of people up, I guess, that watched it back then.
War might look like.
Serious question, Crusader. I'm not giving you shit at all. Do you remember seeing this?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. What was your impression back then? How did you feel about watching it?
I remember this time in American history rather well. I remember being told repeatedly that at any point in time, expect something like the flash of a camera and everything to go white. I remember being a kid being told that. That's why I said, seeing all this stuff happen now, this was grilled at us every single day.
Yeah.
Every single second. So it's like, when I see this happening now, I'm like, okay, yeah, just like you told me this was going to happen when I was a kid. So that's why I kind of dismiss it now.
We got Chris Mitchell drop the link again, and I'll judge everyone. Well, see, that's why we haven't had you on. You can join, but we do have to burn through. And I've been the king of waffle. Are you shocked that I've waffled tonight? I'm not as bad as Jimmy, though. Come on, give me a break.
Even though he's not here, you took his place.
He's the waffle Viking.
I am not as bad as Jimmy. Give me a fucking break.
Viking waffles.
There's the fucking link. Chris, if you want to join, you're more than welcome to. There's the goddamn link. Polska remember this movie. He would remember because you know what's funny is waffles again. Polska would remember this movie because he denies the dinosaurs, but he used to ride them to school. So I don't know how the fuck he can deny dinosaurs. Anyway, let's move the fuck on. God damn.
He was a Flintstone.
He was, yeah. He did ride the Apatosaurus because the Brontosaurus isn't real to school. There you go.
Ooh, people are dead.
Almost half the country watched at the time. 100 million Americans watched The Day After. It is the most watched TV movie in history. And people were terrified.
Most of you who watched the ABC movie The Day After are probably still feeling just a little numb right now.
More than 700 people packed Riverside Church tonight to watch The Day After. Many said they came here because they were afraid to watch it alone.
I think it's gonna make people more aware of the catastrophic effects, and that's a lot of things to think about.
It was completely devastating. It was a horrible thing to see the reality and how fast it could happen.
Really happened. I just want to go die with the blast and not have to live and start. We could have to start all over again.
Wow!
President
Now,
Reagan.
did you hear that? That was an interview, but that little girl said, if I heard her correctly, and I'm pretty sure I did, I would rather die than live through that and starve and all of that shit. Like, God damn. But to be honest with you, I have said this. I think I've said it on some of these streams. I kind of agree. If nukes go off, I think I would rather be in that giant white explosion than outside of it and suffer the consequences. I'd rather never know what happened and just poof, be done.
There is a school of thought when it comes to nuclear weapons that the individuals who were initially vaporized or died shortly thereafter were the lucky ones.
Yeah.
The radiation. Yep. If you're within the light blast, if you're within the flash of it, that is not just light. That's radiation. You're getting microwaved basically. So on the outside, you may look relatively okay, but your insides
you're
are
gone so fast.
The only thing left of you will be a shadow burnt into the concrete you were standing on.
I mean,
I'm
there's
good with that,
still,
dude.
there's still concrete in, I believe it's one of the two cities that we nuked, where there are still monuments where they took a chunk of building that somebody was standing in front of when the blast went off, and all that was left was a shadow where their bodies
carbon shadow
material for that split second, but everything else got irradiated to oblivion.
Yeah, the carbon shadows.
Yep.
There you go.
And then they're perfect outlines of people, what they were wearing. You could tell if they had a cane in their hand, things like that.
Well, there was a cartoon. There was a cartoon movie. I'm trying to think of it, but I've got it saved on YouTube somewhere. Made by the Japanese animation company. I can't remember, but they actually did make a film that showed the gruesome effects of a nuclear weapon going off. People jumping into any body of water that was nearby, thinking that they were on fire or that the burning sensation would subside if they jumped into the water, only to dissolve their already irradiated to a charred mess skin, and they would just disintegrate like a mud person in the water.
Yeah. Now, we can't waffle too much. I've done enough of that myself, so I'm guilty.
All right,
but
shut up.
for the sake of the rest of the show, I've got to really keep this tight. But I do want to do formal introduction. It wasn't you, Jackal. It was actually just keeping track of time here.
Oh, this drink sucks.
Do want to make formal introductions, though. We have Chris Mitchell in the house. How are you doing this evening, sir?
I'm here to judge.
Hey,
here to judge.
Hey, Ryan, real quick.
Stand by. Hang on.
I'm just jumping in because.
Go ahead. Yes.
I'm just jumping in because Mitchell's link, I posted it in the chat. It's about a 2-minute long video. You should check it out. It's relevant. All right.
Okay. Okay. We will check it out. That is the link third up in the live chat right now. If somebody wants to copy and paste that for me and put it in the private chat so I can send it over to Rumble and MGTOW, that would be much appreciated. Anyway, let's get back into this. We are at the point where MGTOW Mando actually would probably have the most to say in argument or agreement with the videos. So we're going to jump into this really quick. Chris is here to judge everyone. So
absolutely
Stand and be counted. All right, here we go.
So there's been a nuclear attack. Don't ask me how or why. Just know that the big one has hit, okay? So what do? There are 3 important steps that I want you to remember. Step 1, get inside fast. You, your friends, your family, get inside. And no, staying in the car is not an option. Don't go outside until officials say it's safe. All right? You've got this.
No, I don't think we've got this. No. First of all,
so silly.
Why are you releasing this, New York City? Why just last year, after the war started, did they do this? Because I think it's a little creepy. I mean, they couldn't handle COVID-19 at all, but if there's a nuclear blast, no problem. You got this. Just stay inside, wait for instructions. I don't think so. The other reason you probably don't got this is like I was talking about before the break. If you live within a half a mile of ground zero, nothing survives the blast. The good news is, if you can't afford to move to one of those island nations, scientists have...
What were you saying, Mando?
I said that's a little bit hyperbolic right there. Depending on the yield of the detonation, you can be within a certain distance of it and not be turned into a charred outline on the ground.
Fair enough. All right.
Also, I sent you a link in the StreamYard's private chat. It's something Atomic Archive. There's a lot of videos on there that actually show tests of nuclear weapons.
Do me a favor. I'm going to copy that to Rumble and MGTOW, but share that with the live chat so they can check it out because we cannot cover it tonight. But
I already did. It's in our private chat at the moment.
Perfect. Yeah, just put it in the live chat for everybody, and I will put it in Rumble and MGTOW as we carry on here. But yeah, now again, I agree with Mando here. It depends on the yield as well. But I get where he's coming from. He's giving you a generic argument on the show. But yes, as Polska would say, fear and panic. Yes, I get it. There you go.
Somebody's coming to save you for sure. Don't worry.
Yes, don't worry. It's the government. And we're here to help. Chris, you did. Are you going to cover your arrest situation over there in Canada? Are you doing a show on that?
I was thinking about it.
You need to. I don't have the time in my fucking life to cover it, but you absolutely should get that out quick. Free speech notwithstanding in that country, unfortunately.
What is that?
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. But if you need to fly it under the radar with us, we'll do a full stream. Maybe I'll do tomorrow. We'll do a full short stream on it. If you need to, if you can do it, by all means do so. But if you want me to cover it for you and have you on, just for safety's sake, we can do that too. Just let me know, man.
Well, just remember, Bill C-12 has passed.
Can you explain that briefly?
It is basically going to be full-on censorship and government interaction with what you post on the internet.
That is fucked.
So people that are posting videos even to like places like TikTok and stuff are all going on watch lists.
And that is in Kanukistan up there?
That is in Kanukistan.
Wonderful.
Put it this way.
Sometimes.
Chris has my personal email. Chris couldn't take a video and email it to me without ending up on a list.
Yeah.
Wow. That's fucked.
Everything.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I will make a point to cover that over on the American border side of things. Maybe I'll do a short video about it in the next few days because I don't want you getting fucked. But yeah, it's some pretty shitty shit going on over there.
Yeah, well, once a Bill C-21 comes into effect, then they've got it all. Because
how do you run your show at that point? Because you talk about some pretty.
Well, yeah, it just puts me on their watch list, right?
But they disappear you?
No, the next one they can disappear you.
Yeah,
because Bill C-21 was in line with Bill C-12.
Wow.
12 allows them to intercept you, but they can't remove anything. Right? 21 allows them to remove everything. So when 21 passes, not if, when, because it doesn't matter which branch of the government gets in next. They're all on the same agenda. Once it passes, then they can start scrubbing the internet.
Yep.
That's nasty shit, man.
And you can attack them first. Great.
Well, they already took away the self-defense mechanisms over there for the most part.
Well, that's been gone for years. People just didn't realize it.
Yeah, and now it's at the final stages.
I
mean, they're doing it here too.
What Bob was talking about, that video that's relevant, that's the one he's talking about. Because it literally defines what the Canadian self-defense law is, which there is none. If you defend yourself, you're the criminal.
That's fucked. That is totally fucked.
So Washington is doing something similar right now, where they're creating a panel for domestic extremists. Right now, it's still in. It hasn't been voted on yet.
We're all on it.
I did post a link about the article that I found it from in that chat. I'll copy it and I'll post it to YouTube as well.
Thank you, sir. Anyway, for the sake of time, we're actually pretty good considering, and Crusader and MGTOW are looking at me like, are you fucking kidding me? No, we're actually doing good because I expected the first two to be the long ones. The rest are just more fun.
That's what she said.
I'm still leaving before you play those.
There it is.
Truth be told, I expected waffles.
Hey, man, the waffles weren't that bad until people started talking about dinosaurs. So on that note, shut the hell up. Get through this. Hang on. Here we go. Pressing play.
Have ranked the best places on Earth to survive a nuclear winter. And according to their calculations, New Zealand, Australia, Vanuatu, Solomon Islands, best chance. Okay? All right. Your only choice is the Northern Hemisphere. That would be Iceland. So good luck with that. Now, maybe that's because it's already frozen. So what difference does it make? Nuclear winter might be less noticeable there, but I digress. If you have to stay in the U.S. with the rest of us schlubs, areas of northern Maine, southeastern Oregon, northern California, and relative...
I heard you son of a bitch. Yes, he's trying to say that the entire northern hemisphere will be just nuked into oblivion.
No, that's actually not what I'm going to say.
Okay.
That is such a freaking myth.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, if multiple nuclear weapons go off simultaneously, we will have a global nuclear winter.
Mm-hmm.
No, it will not be something that the entire northern hemisphere will be non-habitable.
If you're away your microphone a little bit clearly, please.
You are a little bit far from the microphone at the moment. I'm not sure what's going on.
If you are away from major city centers, your probability of survival goes up. If you're away from military bases,
your way.
Say again?
I said unless the wind is moving your direction from one of those cities.
Well,
yeah, you got to remember, radioactive material is jettisoned up into the astronosphere.
Believe me, I know.
And it's spread and lands everywhere, and it's the after effects that you have to worry about. That's what kills more people than anything. What I'm getting at with the whole the nuclear winter being a partial myth is they've hyped this up to the point where it's actually used. It's almost a parody of itself now. Has everyone here played the game Fallout? Any game in the franchise? I don't care which one.
Yeah. All of them. Well, 3, 4, Vegas.
Okay.
I got to play 1, 2 in Tactics.
Okay, well, pretty much the way that they depict it, where the first one I want to say it's supposed to be 100 years after a nuclear blast, is reasonably accurate to the projections that I've seen. Yes, there are going to be people that are wiped out. Yes, there are going to be parts of the country, wherever you go, that cannot be inhabited. No, it's not going to completely annihilate everything.
All right. On that note, we will carry on here because I want to move on from nukes. I really, really do. If it happens, it happens. And so help you God. You're just right in that big ball of light. You know, that would be the best place to be because I really fucking Christ, Billy. I don't want to have to think about my skin falling off in the next few days before I still die terribly.
Those tumors that form.
Yeah, any of that.
The shadow people are the lucky ones.
Look,
The
point
shadow
is,
people or the ghouls.
I am within driving distance of NORAD. I'm just going to leave it at that. I will be driving in the direction of that white ball if it comes to that point.
All right. I'm going to head to the bunker, and then after it's over, I'm going to come out, and the first thing I'm going to do is find a workable plane so I could fly to Russia and start destroying people.
On that note, we're going to carry on with more realistic goals.
They'll have debunkers out in operation.
Let's carry the fuck on,
Still,
please.
and West Texas are relatively safer because they're distance from big cities and military facilities. But the reality is that fallout would have the potential to reach pretty much every corner of the world.
I had to pause. Yes. Only Grands is made up by Billy, but if it really came to it, I'm sure I could put together an actual seminar on how to land cougars if I had to. So
that's disgusting, man.
Is it real?
You know what? For the comedy value,
could I do it?
That'd be great.
Look, my point is $20 is $20. So if you guys paid $69.95 to have me teach you about how to get cougars, fuck it.
I'll pass. I've already got.
I don't care about you, Jackal. Target audience.
I should have my OnlyFans up by the
you
end.
Still have your OnlyFans up?
No, I should have it up by the end of the weekend.
You're actually what? Okay, what is going to be on your OnlyFans, sir? Do we want to know?
Well, mostly clips of the guys, like you guys. You know, funny clip, maybe some, overly perverted funny clips of Scotty because I've got some great material from him over the last year.
All right.
Father Saunders will be featured on there. We just got to get some clips put up, but I actually have to finish setting up the account. It's going to be great. You guys are going to love it.
There you go. So
put
again,
some clips of our Cards Against Humanity gameplays.
Again, Crusader is pointing out to us repeatedly because the Cards Against Humanity has nothing to do with the stream. You see those comments down there about waffles? There's a few of them there. That is our cue to keep on fucking going. Polska Bob, stop lying, Rhino. Everybody knows the Cougar Slayer Academy is real. We all saw the fucking video. You fucking pricks.
You got somebody trying to get in.
Yeah. Yes, I see him back there. But again, we are trying not to waffle any more than we have. And that gentleman, I am worried that this will just derail the entire stream if I let him in because. Yeah, if you guys have seen him on the streams before, well, he can talk to me in the private chat and see if he can mind his P's and Q's and keep his spicy statements the fuck off.
He might be fun with the Black Knight if we get there.
Yeah. We'll see. Let me get through this fucking video. God damn it.
Let alone the nation. The federal government's guide for emergency responders in a nuclear blast situation divides an area into damage and fallout zones.
There.
In the severe damage zone, up to a half mile away from the blast, survivors are unlikely, and radiation is too high to enter for 72 hours. After 72 hours, those people are all dead. In the moderate damage zone, from half a mile to 1 mile from the blast, there are serious injuries, but quote, best life-saving opportunities. In the dangerous fallout zone, 10 to 20 miles from ground zero, the government advises responders not to enter the zone without justification. Would that be like saving lives? Assuming you live outside the severe and moderate damage zones, maybe you live on Sesame Street, what should you do? Well, there are three main elements of a nuclear blast. The bright flash, don't look at it. The blast wave, don't try to surf it. And radiation, bad. If at all possible, make sure you don't look at the burst. It could cause permanent blindness.
No. Depending on how close you are to the blast, look directly at it and run towards it. Just trust me on that one. If you are that close to it, run at it at full speed. Be one of those guys because you're not going to live to tell about it anyway.
I kind of want Billy now to make a video about somebody surfing the blast or the blast
What
wave.
is that? What is
Surfing
that?
the blast.
Surfing the blast.
The blast
Yeah.
wave. Just get your
Yeah.
surfboard or your
What are you
skateboard out
doing?
and jump.
Parasail? Are we talking
Yeah,
up
we
there?
could.
Yeah, your
Kind of like Lipskin
Parasail.
style and
Parasurfing.
escape from what, LA or New York?
No,
Yeah.
you get a hang glider,
Yep.
and you're going just above the surface of the ground as the blast wave is going past.
On that note, we got to get back to this. I'm gonna add JMO against my better judgment. I'm gonna regret this immediately. And if I do regret this immediately, I'll backstage him again. I have the power. So there you go.
have the power.
The ultimate power.
You're here. Enjoy it while it lasts, sir. I gotta get back to this fucking video though. Here we go.
You know, that would suck. It can temporarily blind you even up to 13 miles away on a clear day and up to 53 miles away on a clear night. So as soon as you can, get inside your house or a building, unless you're blind.
Did he say 53 miles away at night?
Yes.
Holy shit, man. All right, that shit.
It's really bright, dude.
That's insane. All right, yeah.
Preferably something brick or concrete. Stay far away from windows or outer walls and the roof. If you have access to a basement, that's great. Underground is always going to be better. I mean, moles will survive.
You're right.
If that's not an option, get to the center of a building or a house and sit in a stairwell. The primary concern if you're outside of the severe and moderate damage zones is avoiding the fallout. Once inside, turn off all the fans and the air conditioners and the heating units. Close the fire.
See, again, he's not telling you the distance. There are certain distances where turn on the fan, dude. Go outside, pull out the lawn chair, just fucking have a blast. Because
Yeah.
So yeah, while you're playing, it's the End of the World by REM.
Yes, put on REM. It's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine. And just
or even better, the final countdown.
Yeah, no. But but yeah, just fucking pull out your best margarita mix and enjoy the last few seconds of your existence.
Fireplace. It's going to get stuffy in there, but it's better than breathing in the stuff that makes you glow. You don't want to draw.
That's a myth. You won't actually glow.
Draw any more of the fallout inside. So stay inside. Keep everything closed for at least 24 hours. Now, you probably have to stay inside much longer than that, especially if Fauci is around. You'll never leave your house. But
that was a good burn. I like that.
Nice.
Thank God for fucking Glenn Beck throwing that in there. That was beautiful.
Fallout does drop about 1% of its initial radiation level within 2 weeks. If you are caught outside during the blast, take cover behind something, lay flat on the ground and cover your head. It could take up to 30 seconds for the blast wave to reach you. If you would survive the blast wave, your next priority is trying to limit the radiation exposure. Acute radiation sickness can damage the body enough to limit its abilities to fix itself or fight infections. Think chemotherapy is great. Cover your mouth with some kind of cloth material. It'd be great if you were already been taken a hostage. Then get indoors as soon as you can. Remove your clothes. Yeah.
His fucking jokes are pretty good. It'd been good if you'd already been taken hostage. Just good little fucking jabs he throws in there.
You know where I'm going here? And seal them off in a plastic bag. Put the bag as far away from people as possible. Remove your clothes so you can reduce the fallout contamination by up to 90%.
Migtel Mando, fact check. Is that correct or false?
That is reasonably accurate.
Okay, cool.
Blow your nose.
Oh, you had an
The thing he's kind of failing to mention, and pretty much everyone fails to mention.
Come closer to your mic, sir. You're a little low.
There are 3 rules when it comes to radiation safety, and it doesn't matter if you're talking about military, nuclear power plants, or medical x-rays. Time, distance, shielding.
Okay.
The further away you are from the thing that went boom, that will make things glow in the dark, using common vernacular, the safer you are. The more stuff between you and the nice pretty mushroom-shaped cloud, the safer you are. And if you have a hyper-dense material that you can hide behind, oh gosh, who is that chick that they're always talking about on topic?
Lead. Put a lead shield between you and it.
I was actually thinking about putting Lizzo between myself and
Lizzo. That might do it.
If you're near Lizzo, you can survive it and be totally fine.
Jesus.
Yeah, he's fine.
All right.
And yes, that is me being an a-hole.
Moving the fuck on from there. What is this JMO's advice? JMO, what the fuck was your advice about cleaning your carpet?
What? Well, don't shit on it first.
Oh, yeah. All right. Don't shit on your carpet in the event of a nuclear blast.
Actually, hold on. Correction. If you see a nuke go off, go ahead and crap on your carpet. You have free reign.
It's okay to not wear your brown pants.
So I have a question because I got in here late. So what brought up this whole nuke thing now?
We're covering everything tonight. You just happen to be lucky enough to come in on this part. So
it's Mando's fault.
Yeah. Who did bring up the topic of nukes? It was Mando.
Okay, you guys covered that in the stream a while ago.
We're gonna blame Mando for this.
Yeah, but like, why the nuke subject? Is someone afraid we're gonna get nuked now?
Well, you'd have to rewind the stream,
Russia.
sir.
There was something brought up in the Gilded chat. I mentioned it, and I think I misremembered or misunderstood something that was being asked.
And Russia ain't fucking around when they're saying that if boots from other countries like, the U.S., Canada, whatever the case may be, start landing on Russian soil, they will fucking retaliate with a nuclear strike. And they are fucking joking.
They won't do it.
You don't think?
All right.
No.
All right. I'm going to give you the floor because everybody else in this panel is smelling bullshit. But go ahead, tell us.
I might have to make a bullshit report on this.
Why would Russia not, with the crazy fucking guy in charge, not pull the trigger when it's again Putin?
Because if he was going to do it, he would have done it in Ukraine. Putin has publicly fucking stated he'll never use a nuclear bomb. He's fucking afraid of them. He knows if he uses one, he's going to get fucking obliterated. This argument has been squashed for the last 15 fucking years straight.
We already discussed this prior to you coming on, that if he could save Ukraine for the land and the resources, it would be much easier than destroying it for the next 4,000 years or so or whatever. Yeah, so there you go.
What's your point? So what's he going to use instead? Just going to send thousands of conscripts to their deaths, or is he going to use fart nukes? What?
Okay, well, hang on, Jack.
Well,
did I hurt your feelings? Damn.
We're going to get,
waves,
it's going to get heated.
Is the Russian modus operandi.
Okay.
Explain, do tell.
I think the latest example would have been World War II. I think it's Stalingrad, where they just sent bodies after bodies after bodies to repel the German invasion. And they're willing to accept so many losses, but I think it's because Russia also knows that the Germans have a clock of how long they could be in Russian territory before retreat is the only option they have left. It doesn't matter if there's combat losses, it's environmental losses.
Okay.
Because they were not outfitted for... Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to give MGTOW Mandel the final little interjection here, and then we're going to finish this one and carry on to the next topic. But MGTOW, where did you go? I can't find you in the... I can't full screen you for some reason. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. But anyway, there you go. There you go. You're saying this.
Just one thing to remember. Every nuclear weapon, whether it's American, Russian, Chinese, Iranian, Cuban, Jackal's girlfriends, whatever, has some kind of ingredient that either enhances or reduces the amount of radioactivity that's generated by the blast. The Russians are quite fond of adding cesium and cobalt to their nuclear devices, which increases their radioactive half-life by a significant amount.
Okay.
America, we like to go more for big flash, not a lot of leftover nasty. The British, they put tea leaves in everything, so I don't know what
tea leaves.
All
right,
why do you think their teeth are so nasty?
All right. On that note, before we start the Waffle Fest again,
nose and wash out your ears in case there's any contaminated dirt particles. It's best to take a shower with plenty of soap and shampoo. Now,
oh, by the way, we did a video. MGTOW, do you remember the name of the video we did?
Staying clean in a dirty place.
Staying clean in a dirty place. If you guys want to check out how to survive different types of situations, based on MGTOW Mando and his actual fucking knowledge of such situations, I give him the floor, even though we can't see his face here, but still, he did a very good job on that episode. So Staying Clean in a Dirty Place, you can find it in, I believe, the live and all of RPR if you go to the playlist, but definitely check that out because that was a really well done episode. He covered that quite well. Anyway, that's a tangent, but did want to mention that we did cover that.
A lot of the decontamination for radiological is very similar to decontamination for chemical.
Okay. All right. And Sean St. George, before we finish off this video, your thoughts really quick, sir.
I was wondering, did they bring up iodine tabs or iodine in general in Glenn Beck's thing? Because I remember that from CBRN or NBC, Nuclear Biological Chemical. This is a long time ago. It may not be relevant anymore, but iodine is supposed to assist with you resisting radiation sickness.
Yes, stop your thyroid from absorbing it because it bugs thyroid with the same molecule.
He doesn't mention it, but yes, if you can get your hand on iodine, by all means, it would be advisable. Because once your thyroid is gone without medication to keep you alive, you're in a bad situation. But anyway, fun fact, Chris.
Here at Home Hardware, they started selling iodine tablets for radiological resistance at Home fucking Depot.
Holy shit.
No reason, just randomly out of the fucking blue.
I'm going to have to check out my local Home Depot.
I'm shopping Home Depot in Kanukistan. I'm going to do some online purchases.
Watch out for the
that was a bit of a strange one.
Yeah, look out for the single mother is looking for.
All right, we're gonna wrap this up and move on.
You're supposed to be
waffling galore. Waffling galore. I was guilty, yes, but now everyone is guilty. So
not everyone.
Let's move on. Well,
not me. I'm just here to judge you guys.
Crusader
I'm just
didn't
playing
waffle at all
Ravenfield
tonight. Who else didn't waffle? Can I name anybody who didn't waffle on the panel tonight? If you can think of anybody, no, you waffled because you said Russia was a pussy. So
I tried to keep more or less on topic.
All right, fair enough.
I'm trying to.
We'll give the points. We'll give the points to Crusader and MGTOW for the night. Saying you're just here. Sorry, that doesn't count because you brought up Cards Against Humanity. That is a waffle point for you, sir. Waffle point assessed. Let's move on.
Be careful not to scratch your skin. But if you do have scrapes, don't cover them. No, do cover them. No, is it don't or it's do cover them, but don't use conditioner because that could bind the radioactive particles to your hair. Okay. Yes, for covering wounds. No for conditioner on soap, on hair. Good luck. We're all going to be dead. Assuming you get inside and assuming you decontaminate yourself if you were outside after the blast, you're going to eventually need to eat. Who knew? It's okay to eat and drink anything that's in a sealed container. Package.
Those Doritos you got in your pantry, that's about it, man. Maybe some ramen, but good luck.
Bottles, cans. You can eat food from your pantry and refrigerator. All that soy sauce, have all of it you want. Any food left uncovered, even inside your house, and especially anything from the outdoor garden, not safe. You cannot boil water to get rid of radiation.
Pausing. Yes, sir.
Harshly incorrect again.
You can't boil radiation out of water. Please do tell.
No, I wish this guy would fact check his own articles before you would put them out.
Please.
When you have material inside of a sealed container,
radiation can penetrate it.
To a certain extent, yes.
Okay.
But it is following the same rules that I mentioned earlier for time, distance, and shielding.
Yeah.
Rhino, you live around Denver, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm fucked.
What side of your apartment or house or apartment is closest to Denver? North, south, east, or west?
Fucking, now you're gonna make me think. West.
Okay. Hypothetically, some jackwagon decides, I'm going to go ahead and grow a multi-story mushroom in Denver today. What part of your house, what room of your house is furthest from where that multi-story mushroom is going to be?
It would be the bedroom.
Okay. Now, just a silly, stupid question. Is your kitchen on an outside wall?
No, actually.
Okay. I'm going to take a wild shot in the dark and say your outside walls are probably made out of wood with drywall lining.
Brick.
Okay, even better. Guess what? Brick and concrete and air within limits alpha particles and beta particles.
All right.
It does. Now, granted, they don't do much for gamma, but alpha and beta are the ones that stick around and like to party with your cellular membranes.
All right.
If your doors and windows are closed, your house is a sealed container. As long as the roof is still intact. So unless somebody decides to go and open the roof of your living space up like a can opener, you're in a sealed container.
All right. Very cool then. Well, until you have to go outside. But yes, in theory. So there you go. We've only got a few more minutes of this, and then we can move on. I want to show you the nuke map. Again, everything is in the description tonight because I was diligent, and I actually put it in all the descriptions tonight. MGTOW, Rumble, and YouTube, so you can check it out there. Which is what right now? What? Okay, Billy, what the hell? This is why I waffled. This is his fault tonight. He believes in them except the biggest ones.
Just
Wait a second.
ignore the Billy.
Hold on. Hold on. This son of a bitch is doing this on purpose. Like anything you say is relevant, Rhino. You believe in dinosaurs. Wake up. See, this is why I can't trust anything Polska says, but say his name. Apatosaurus. There you go, Billy. Apatosaurus. That's his name.
Hang out, Rhino. You're familiar with the 80s and the 90s.
Yeah.
Think about some multi-form items. There's at least 5 of them that would turn into dinosaurs.
Transformers?
Yes.
Okay. We've got those now, but they're ladyboys or something.
No, Slug.
Okay,
he was the sauropod Dinobot. Next time Billy throws that up there and says, "Say his name." Oh yeah, that's Slug. How's he doing?
Fair enough. Wait, what did I do? I did nothing. This is why we waffle. Fuck you guys. Thank you for still watching, but fuck you guys. All right, we're done. I think there's only a few more minutes of nukes, so then we can move on to happier subjects, maybe.
But
no,
you can use tap water to wash dishes and take showers.
Right. Okay.
Is this starting to sound like the instructions they're given to people in Ohio right now? If the public water supply is contaminated from fallout, the water dilutes the radiation enough to keep it from being harmful. Finally, remember that you're going to have to contend with an EMP blast in a nuclear explosion. So make sure you have some batteries or backup power available, even though this is ridiculous as it will fry every chip.
Unless it's in a Faraday cage, but I digress.
In everything. But have some batteries available. A battery-operated or hand crank radio might be essential. Yes, 20th century technology is the only thing going to work for a while, and maybe a very long while. If there is still a chance we won't have to deal with this, it would be great. But the best chance of survival is next.
All right. And that's where they get into his own personal opinions. So I would say his advice thus far, although it was comedy, some of that might work. Yeah. All right. We are done with that topic. Holy shit. But let's bring up the nuke map. And you guys in the chat right now, we're going to take a short break, but pick your favorite city. Is it going to be Central? Is it going to be Washington, D.C.? Is it going to be
Detroit,
Texas?
Detroit.
We're not going to pick Detroit. It's already been nuked. Just look at the community.
I'm just looking out for Pop, okay?
I was about to say, Pop can attest.
Yeah, look at this. Look at these sons of bitches. These fucking people.
What about the People's Republic of Chicago?
What is a whale doing in there? Can you explain that, Riggs? Was that your last ex? Anyway, you pick on the map. Just pick a city. Do you want to do LA? Do you want to do Houston, Chicago, New York, Boston? Do you want to do Calgary, Vancouver, Toronto for those of you up north? All right, Vancouver. But in the chat, you guys name your cities. The one that gets the most. So we've got Zero Cool voting for Chicago. And you guys are all going to have different probably answers. But let's see if we can come to a consensus. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Put a poll in the live chat on YouTube.
I could, but that requires extra effort.
Nuke Ohio.
Ohio is yeah.
It's already been nuked.
We don't need
Columbus,
to do it twice.
Ohio.
Columbus. It's right down the street. So Chicago, because I have a reason. Okay. You got two Chicagos. We're gonna take another quick break.
Congo.
So you can fill your beers again, empty your bladders, and have a moment of listening to this.
How can I help you?
Well, hello there, Toots. My name is Rhino, RedPillRhino. I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions, and I want them answered immediately.
Okay. Go ahead.
Is this a retirement home?
We don't call it that anymore. That's kind of an outdated term.
Are there any employment openings currently?
I'm really not sure. You would have to talk to my boss. I really don't know.
Is Nancy there?
No, there's nobody here by that name.
Do you think they'd be into me?
You're just gonna have to call back tomorrow because everybody that works in the office has gone home for the night. So, I would suggest to call back tomorrow.
Nancy has a nice set of hooters. Nancy has those big bouncy jugs. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but what did you just say?
What's the matter? Nancy makes me hot. I like them extra dusty. All I know is I just want to wrestle Nancy. Meow.
So we are back. How did I get over there? I'm over here now.
Billy actually did a prank call and used that and just recorded that whole interaction. That was just
I really wish Billy understood that you can record in higher resolution than 420p, but because you could see both sides of the screen here. It was all square shaped. Anyway, we will get on to the next little thing here. We've got DC because of Vipers. NYC is a close second, at least Manhattan. New York, California. California is a state. New York is also a state. Chicago, Screwed-A-Bears. Let's see, Anchorage and Kodiak Island.
Ooh, Anchorage, yeah.
Hosts secret squirrel missiles. Squirrels have missiles now? That's news to me. Let's see, Detroit. I see a lot of Chicago's. I see 1, 2, 3. I think I saw 4 Chicago's. 4 Chicago. We're doing Chicago. Chicago's getting nuked in our stream. Not really nuked, but somewhat nuked on our stream. Hypothetically nuked. Yes, that's what I was looking for. So let's go over to the nuke map, which again, it links in the description. If you want to nuke your city, you're more than welcome to. I mean, not real, but hypothetically, like Checo said. Here we go. Where is Chicago? Here.
Where's Chicago?
those of you in the right where it says it. Those of you in the panel, what would you like the yield to be? We have some presets here, but
go big or go home.
100.
Go with the Soviet Satan II missile.
I'd have to find it.
It's on there.
Yeah, go open or you can select a preset under the enter a yield.
I've got the Cuban missile. Hold on. I got to work with Migzo on this one because I am semi-nuke retarded. The R-12 SS-4 Soviet missile, is that what you're referring to?
Okay, I'm not seeing your screen live on my end.
No, unfortunately, it won't show that. But
okay.
Dumb thing.
It should be listed as the SS-72 Satan II.
Satan II.
It's a 800. It's an 800 mega, or it's either 800
kiloton.
Or 800 kilotons. Thank you.
800 kilotons. Okay, that is the Topol SS-25, currently in the Russian arsenal, is equivalent at 800 kilotons.
Yep, that's the one.
Okay, so we're going to do the 800 kilotons. You guys can't actually see what I click here, which is kind of weird. Do we want to do airburst or surface?
Airburst.
Airburst is going to be more deadly.
Okay, airburst. Surface will show you the surface will show you the wind where the radiation goes. Airburst is not, unfortunately. I looked at this.
Click on show casualties.
What airbursts do is they cause more blast and fire damage.
Okay.
Surface burst kicks up more fallout.
Okay. Let's move in on Chicago. Make sure I get it right on Chicago. Okay. You guys can see that on the screen, hopefully. So we're going to do airburst. We're going to do casualties. We're going to do radioactive fallout. I think I've clicked everything I need to.
Yep.
And now we're going to full screen this, which is weak sauce. It just stayed square. There we go. Now it should be full screen for you guys. Let's click detonate. All right. So, no, it's still going. Okay, 470,530 fatalities. Injuries. Holy shit, that's a lot more than even if they hit NORAD at that. 1 million, over 1 million injuries. So there you go. Now again, this isn't going to show where this travels.
Before you,
go ahead.
There won't be any fallout because of it being an airburst. At least according to the math that the guy used to generate this particular site. However, go back to your missile selection and pick the Tsar Bomba.
Woo, that one's gonna be bad. That's gonna be bad. No, wait,
okay, Tsar Bomba. The 50 megaton or the 100 megaton?
Yes.
Milliton.
Yes, 100. Okay,
yeah,
milliton.
100 milliton. That's the most powerful one on the list, I believe.
Here we go. Holy shit.
Oh,
just a little bit bigger. Oh, 3 million people dead. 3 million more people injured.
So
there you go.
You see Chicago? Not anymore.
Yeah.
No, there is no
Chicago. See, here's the thing, though. The delivery at that distance is probably outside of their actual scope, right? Because this one has to be delivered by airplane, if I remember.
Correct.
Yeah.
But no, Vancouver is within that fucking hit zone by plane, right? And Vancouver is our fucking distribution hub for everything from coal to grain, right?
Yeah, go ahead and hit.
You hit Vancouver, and you might not have an initial fucking casualty, but the overall devastation throughout the fucking land, because most of the shit gets shipped down to you guys as well.
Yep.
It's gonna be astronomical fucking payback at the end. Like Chicago will eat itself because of what happened in Vancouver.
Vancouver disappeared, and there's several other places that are no longer
hit clear effects, clear all effects, and hit detonate again, and it will update to what it will actually happen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Now we have a lot of mountain range that'll slow shit down, but at the same time, like I said, it's the hub for for everything that goes through the country, pretty much.
And you all do have to remember this is an open source
Holy
thing.
shit.
So not everything is going to be 100% accurate. There's a lot of info on or that goes into these calculations that is still classified. But this is just to give you all a nice warm fuzzy feeling about how badly you're going to glow.
Or you can launch multiple.
Let's hit multiple. There we go.
Oh God!
Holy shit!
Yeah.
You gotta remember this.
Calculating
This is one
casualties.
This is one of the most densely populated places in Canada.
Yeah.
And remember that
Oh
this is a
God,
bomb that's
son
probably
of
going to
a-
be coming from a country that has how many nukes
A
at their
lot.
disposal?
Yeah.
There you go.
Hundreds.
There you go. So Vancouver. Let's just say we go down to our favorite place. If I missed anybody that wanted a city of their choice,
Well,
I'll check the chat.
that's why I
again. Let's
wanted
go down
to talk about Kodiak, because we have anti-ICBM missiles hosted there.
Okay.
I don't know how
Kodiak?
effective they are.
Kodiak.
It's in Alaska.
Let's see.
Oh, in Alaska? Yeah, that's probably going to get hit first if
but
that's the case.
Well, we have a lot of
That's
landmass.
way-
There's not a lot of population centers. There's like 3 or 4
Yeah, so-
population centers.
Well, then they may not
They wouldn't
waste
do
a
much
nuke on it.
damage to population then.
They would probably just launch maybe precision cruise missiles or something like that in order to take out the installations. They wouldn't waste a whole nuke on it. Probably.
I would suspect they
Well,
would
that's
attack Fairbanks and Anchorage because that's where ground troops are located. But there are also air
Again?
bases scattered around and missile bases scattered around everywhere.
Our naval defense is in Vancouver
I just want to
and
see just for
Victoria.
fun what LA would do.
Our distribution is also there.
I've run this simulation a couple of times.
Wow.
Where's this?
Launch multiple.
I haven't
This is
played it
LA
with launch-
currently.
People's Republic of California.
Yeah, nobody needs that place anyway.
Right.
You should
I just
let
launched
that go.
multiple for fun. Oh,
You got to
shit.
take out all of
4,
SoCal?
5, 6. Yeah, we just did.
Woo!
8 million people gone. So that's.
Hey,
that's
look at it this way.
Hey, you know
Wow.
what? That blast will clear all that
Grand
snow
models
that's
are gone.
blocking all the roads in San Bernardino right now.
Well, that just
There
shows
you
there's like,
go.
what, 14 million new Democrat voters?
Yeah.
Hey, look at it this way. Think of all of the wannabe Instagram models that will probably be gone.
Right.
Oh my God.
That's true.
Oh, boo-hoo.
OnlyFans will have to close down.
Right.
All right, guys.
OnlyFans
We're
corporate
gonna
headquarters will cease to exist.
Oh,
we're
yeah.
gonna move on. We're gonna move on from nukes, but again, in the description of all 3 places streaming right now, I have posted this so you too can nuke the city of your choice. So have fun. It's awful. It's all bad.
I warned you all that this is nightmare fuel.
Yeah.
It's not nightmare fuel. It just makes
Really
all of
not.
the joyful side of my personality go away and just turns me back into what I used to be, a cold, emotionless droid that only thought about killing.
All
Allegedly.
right.
27.
Oh, that's
On that note, look, you can bomb China with,
You can bomb
with the link.
China.
If you want to bomb China, Billy, you are more than welcome to do so. DC, see, I already took it off the screen. It's gone. It's gone. You guys got to
Hey.
do it yourself. Links in
Hey.
the description.
Rhino, or not Rhino, Billy and Polska. I know I put a link to that in Rhino's Gilded chat.
Okay.
So feel free to
There you
play
go.
around with it and post pictures.
All right, and now we have we're just gonna breeze through some of these. This one our Waffle and Chief shared with us, so we'll put it on screen briefly. Breaking: Elon Musk looking to develop a non-woke AI rival to counter Chat GPT, and he'll just still ban people he doesn't like, so that's fine. But anyway, you can read the article yourself. I'm not even going to bother covering much of it. Again, links in the description. But we need truth, GPT says. Sure. Anyway, that went right to his Twitter. Okay. Thanks. close that. Okay, but yeah, he's going to make his own AI now, even though he was against AI a week ago. So there you go. If you want to read that, link is in the description. But we now are moving on to, well, weird shift. Weird shit, I should say. We've got poll shifts we could discuss briefly. I'm not going to do Tribe of Men. It is in the description as well. He talks about it, but again, Mig Telmando was telling me earlier he wasn't a fan of Tribe of Men and how he carries on, I suppose. So, and I don't blame him. He turned a 15-minute video into a 30-minute video, so there's that. But we will cover. Go ahead.
For me, it's more just I'm not overly fond of the way the host Bo likes to handle certain topics.
Yeah, you know what I noticed? We did it here first. But he was doing all of the Red Pill content and dating stuff, and then all of a sudden he starts talking about conspiracy theory stuff. And I'm like, wait a second, you son of a bitch. I mean, if we want to be realistic, Pop did it before us, but Tribe of Men went heavy on like just Red Pill content, and now he's trying to get into conspiracy theories, and like, come on, man. I don't know. It is what it is, but you know, he's one of those channels where it's been all Red Pill all the time, and now he's changing subjects. So whatever. JMO, you are back. Funneled. It could be, or he could be watching some of the small fish and saying, "I can do it." I don't know, but
is he a channel that hasn't found his niche?
Well, he found it. He was doing great. First, he looked like Daredevil. He was wearing glass. I'm not making fun of the guy because he said he had some eye surgery and, you know, he couldn't look into the lights on it. And these things are bright as shit. I'm not going to lie. But he had some kind of eye surgery. So he had to look down. He did the Daredevil thing like he was blind or something. He talked shit about the women. He was doing the whole thing. And then all of a sudden he started doing these conspiracy theory videos. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, you just go from like Red Pill 24/7 to conspiracy stuff. Okay.
And that's like no-go territory for YouTube. As far as
what
growth.
The Red Pill stuff,
conspiracy theory.
How is that no go on YouTube? I thought those were
YouTube's full of it.
Well, it will,
you could talk about Bigfoot.
It will not be pushed by the algorithm.
Oh. No, so he's fucking himself twice.
To clarify,
well, conspiracy. YouTube itself is based on around conspiracy. I mean, the whole conspiracy of the former employment option of the CEO. Susan and her whole rise to becoming the CEO, even though that she has absolutely no experience with how to run a platform, let alone a tech platform, allegedly.
Yes. On that note, let's pop this guy up, the Y Files. I've been watching him lately. He just kind of popped on my radar. Apparently, he's been doing it for a while. He's got 1.61 million subscribers, so he's just a little bit bigger than this channel, just a tiny bit. So, but yeah,
I think he's the one that did the video that Tribe of Men reacted to.
He does a lot of good ones. Most of them he proves false in the end. Spoiler alert, but he does have this fish that talks, so that's a plus. Let's check this out though. This is regarding the pole shift. So let's take a look and listen. Hopefully he is okay with us watching this, but Tribe of Men has, so I'm sure he is, but we'll see. We'll see how many copyright strikes I have in the morning. Let's carry on.
Telegraph operator noticed was the small black couch. This was 1935, and
hold on, missed a few seconds.
The first thing the young telegraph operator noticed was the small black couch. This was 1935, and Sigmund Freud, who was still alive, had made the psychiatrist's couch a symbol of psychoanalysis and therapy. But the young man hadn't come to the office to see a shrink. He was there to see the most famous psychic in the country, Edgar Cayce. Cayce entered the room, soft-spoken and well-dressed, and he explained that he...
Bro, look, the creepiest thing about this video so far is that they animated that still photo. They colorized it, and then they made him blink. That is creepy as shit.
Not the young man.
He looks like he only blinks one eye.
It was... Look at that. That is some... Please don't do this to your old photos.
And well-dressed, and he explained that he, not the young man, would be the one on the couch.
That is fucking nightmare fuel right there.
So Cayce kicked off his shoes, lay back, and put himself into a deep trance. And after a few minutes, Cayce began to whisper all sorts of things about the past, present, and the future. It was then that the young man realized that Casey wasn't just making predictions about his life. He was making predictions about everyone, events that were to happen all over the world. And since then, Edgar Casey has been called the sleeping prophet. Let's find out why.
Get past this intro.
From Kentucky. He was never an average kid. When other children were outside playing, Edgar wanted to study the Bible. Now, soon he would take to wandering into the forest to play with what he called little folk.
Like Peter Dinklage?
No, they were more like fairies.
Oh, you mean like...
Don't. When Edgar was 11 years old, he was in the woods reading his Bible when he was visited by what he called a woman with wings. And the woman asked him what he wanted most out of life. And he said he wanted to help others, especially sick children. Later that day, Edgar Casey's father received a letter from his school complaining about his son's performance. So his father tested his spelling and was so upset with how poorly Edgar did, he knocked the boy out of his chair. And while on the ground...
And that was all she wrote. Anyway, moving on.
With his ears still ringing, 11-year-old Edgar heard the voice of the woman in the forest.
Anybody else want to say anything yet? Or we good?
Hold on.
You get hit in the head so hard you hear voices? I'm just saying.
Pop? That just sounds like pop.
All right.
When I was on shrooms, that happened to me.
Make you believe that.
But no, if you're talking about the polar shift of the planet, I've got a video here from another content creator. I'll send
Throw
it
in the
to you
live
real
chat
quick.
for you. Yeah, live chat because we cannot cover it tonight. I've already maxed out my screen for the evening. Okay, here we go.
She told him to lay his head down on his school book and go to sleep. When he woke up, Edgar knew everything in the book, like everything. He was able to recite the book word for word. So Edgar began
That's kind of impressive.
Studying by sleeping on his books.
BS. There's no way that worked.
Well, by the end of the year, he was the best student in school and even moved up a grade.
Oh.
And his parents were starting to catch on that something was special about their son. While playing at school, Edgar suffered.
Yes, you hit him so hard that he got smart. I guess. I don't know.
That name is familiar, though, Edgar Casey, but I can't remember why.
He's fairly infamous in
Look it up.
conspiracy and
Yeah.
in apocalyptic circles.
There you go.
Like, if I were to put something to it, I'd be like a History Channel video.
Yep.
Yeah, probably.
Spinal injury that left him partially paralyzed. And that night while he slept,
Wait, hold
Casey
up.
recited the...
How did he get a spinal injury? Was his parents just beating the shit out of him constantly?
At school, Edgar suffered a spinal injury that left him partially...
Okay, so the kids fucked with him. Okay. Or something. Maybe he fell off a fucking swing. I don't know.
Or
Maybe it was Bible
aluminum
camp.
That
bat.
night while he slept...
Say that again.
Or somebody brought an aluminum bat.
Oh, oh my God. We're having a press play now.
Casey recited the ingredients for an herbal cure that he said would fix his injuries. Now, his parents had nothing to lose, so they prepared the remedy according to their son's instructions. The next morning, Edgar was cured. When Casey was a little older, he developed severe laryngitis. Doctors couldn't explain it, so Casey went to see a hypnotist.
As you do.
While in a trance, Casey said the issue was psychological paralysis. The hypnotist then directed Casey to increase blood flow to the area. Casey's throat turned...
Okay, how many of you in the chat and on the panel are going to call bullshit on most of this right now? Because I'm not buying any of this intro. Yeah, Chris?
I will.
Excessive bullshit.
All right,
Yeah,
everybody's
I've heard
calling
about
bullshit so far.
using like your mind over matter. Like, you think that you're using your own body to fix itself, like taking your defenses and eating cancer cells or defeating cancer cells, but that I think is still far fetched.
All right.
Well,
there
I
are
mean,
some cases, allegedly.
well,
Allegedly.
I mean, I think all of it's true because if there's one thing I learned while I was fighting Kylo Ren, anything can happen.
Everything is permitted.
All right. Fuck
All
you,
right,
J-Mo.
Ray.
Let's God damn it. That was pretty good,
You
though.
did this
turned bright
right
red. He woke up and he was cured. Now, Casey's fiance told him that he had a gift that was given to him by God and he
Herpes?
should share it with the world. So Edgar Casey began performing readings twice a day on the sick and injured.
So tasty.
And in 1902, Casey gave a reading that helped define his legacy. A 5-year-old girl had been diagnosed with a fatal brain injury. With nothing to lose, her parents turned to Edgar Casey. He determined that she actually had a spinal injury. He suggested a vertebrae readjustment. Within a few months, she had fully recovered. And then the letters came pouring in. For the next 40 years, Edgar Casey gave thousands of readings and helped countless people. But Edgar Casey's talent wasn't limited to medical.
Hold on. Just for a second. Psychic.
Major bullshit. Oh my god.
I was about to say, is this how chiropractic was born?
Yeah, basically.
Diagnoses. He made a number of predictions about future events, many of which have come true, and some of them are terrifying.
Oh no.
6 months before the 1929 stock market crash, Casey warned his investor friends to sell their stocks. And his friends that ignored it.
That's called insider trading for those of you that don't know.
Word up.
Yeah.
I don't think psychics are covered under that, so maybe it might be good to have a psychic friend to tell you to sell.
Did he tell the Pelosi?
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily, because what if they're union?
Okay.
Or
There we
worse,
go.
what if they're Democrats?
Yeah, what if they're union Democrats and you got to pay dues while you cash out?
I'm glad that I screenshotted that. Oh, that day was just gold.
It's still here. It hasn't gone anywhere.
I'm gonna
I
go
think
to
a better
Amazon.
bet is watching Pelosi's stock trades.
I'm
Fucking
gonna
waffling.
go to Amazon
This is
and
the
I
good
will buy one
old-fashioned
of those.
wooden fist.
Oh, that's where my toy went.
There you go. All right, Jesus.
I have to
let's
buy one.
move
I have
on
to
with
buy
this
one of
because we
those.
still have Chupacabra. I promised people Chupacabra, and they're still watching according to the numbers here. So let's just get the fuck on with this. Okay, here's my assessment on this topic. The guy's full of shit, and
Yeah.
I'm certain in the end he'll debunk all this, but I don't think anybody watching or anybody on the panel believes anything about this story except for Polska, because Polska believes the Earth is flat. And just to verify, Polska thinks that Edgar is awesome. So there you go. And dinosaurs
it's not
also
the
weren't
Earth,
real
it's
according
his
to
brain
Polska
that's
too.
flat.
So. His brain that's fine. Polska, I'm going to give you shit. I have to.
I mean, I go to work every day on a unicorn, so.
Here we go. Polska is back in his boy. A lot of this stuff is true about him. He took notes of it. They're all in the Edgar Casey Foundation. So he has a foundation too. Okay. Crusader's oddly silent. Now he's agreeing with Polska, so I'm scared.
You guys aren't even beginning
Crusader?
to scratch the surface on this guy.
So
well, of course, if
think
it's psychological, of course you're going to know about this name.
Do you think he's full of shit or not? Just
No. According to Google, he's 100% legit.
JMA. Crusader, your thoughts?
He's oddly specific on stuff that he shouldn't have known.
Okay.
And that raises awareness to me.
So he's a broken clock?
No.
So he's got something. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. If Crusader isn't doubting the dude,
Nate, wasn't there something that George Washington had visions of?
Yeah, but this is you're barely into the first chapter of Edgar Casey and what he was able to understand and things he was able to know. Remember, this is in 1929 when he predicted the stock market crash. When World War II hit, when we got attacked during Pearl Harbor, it took 10 to 14 days for the news to get from Hawaii to New York.
Okay.
So at the time of when the stock market crashed, he grew up on a small farm down in the South. More than likely, he never found out about the stock market crash. So if he was telling people to pull your money, he knew something. Like, it's not like it is today.
On that note, since we are rapid firing, I don't know if I can even say that now. We are trying to move quickly through some of these topics. If there's one that stands out to you in the chat and you'd like me to cover it further, maybe this Edgar fellow, maybe more about nukes, although please don't do that to me because I've covered nukes like 4 times now. If you would like to discuss any of these topics in a long, drawn out, its own topic, Edgar, maybe we could do it. email me at redpillrhino@hotmail.com or just post in the chat. But if you email me, it's going to stick because I'm going to see it and I'm going to have to go, okay, I need to open this and read it. So if you'd like me to cover any of the topics tonight in a deep dive, we can do that. This Edgar one, I was joking. But I mean, Crusader, if you think that he's not just some nut job and maybe there's something here, we could go on a deep dive
Just
about
wait.
it. But let's get back to the video
I'll
here.
read up on him.
All right.
Britain went broke. In 1931, he predicted that the worldwide economy would recover in the spring of 1933.
Did it?
It did. In January 1934, Casey predicted that Hitler would rise in power and reign over Germany. Hitler became Führer in August of that year, and Casey said that Hitler would remain in power until he was overthrown by an outside war. In 1935, Casey predicted the outbreak of World War II. He saw an alliance between Austria, Germany, and Japan, but said the war would involve many nations. He also said the United States would finally enter the war in 1941. Casey predicted the deaths of FDR and JFK, and that the United States would go through a period of civil and racial unrest in the 1960s. In 1938, Casey said a portion of temples may yet be discovered under the sea near what is known as Bimini, off the coast of Florida. Expect the rising of Atlantis in 68. And sure enough, 30 years later, in 1968, the Bimini Road was discovered in the Bahamas.
So Atlantis was in the Bahamas?
Well, if you believe Edgar Casey, it was.
Okay, you got my attention a little bit here. Okay.
Yeah, but Atlantis
right.
rising and discovering the Bimini Road.
I'm talking more about the war stuff and that. I'm not so much big on the Atlantis thing, but some of the other stuff. Okay, you've got my attention a little bit here.
It's just foresight. God gave him foresight.
In another tone, Nostradamus predicted basically the same thing.
Right. All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
It's all about how you interpret what he's saying, though.
Right.
Okay. So you have to actually see his specific word choice.
Yep.
Well, I mean,
I don't think
it's like the broken clock thing, where you know it's right twice a day, right?
Josh Hawley.
Yeah, right. I mean, I can say that there will be a calamity, and I know some of these things are very specific and stuff, but I could say that, there's going to be a certain calamity that's going to happen in the future in this area. And if you wait long enough, it's guaranteed that there's going to be something that happens in that fucking area. And somebody will say, oh, he predicted it.
Well, there's a... what is it? I can't remember what the name of it is, but it's like every 40 to 60 years, at least according to U.S. history.
Strauss generational theory.
Yeah. Like every 40 to 60 years, there is some sort of calamity that ends in war, destruction, recreation.
The Revolutionary War.
Turnings.
Yep.
Like we're supposed to be in the fourth turning.
It's supposed to be the ending of the fourth turning. It's every 80 years, roughly 80 to 90 years.
It's a bottleneck. That's what it is.
And guess where we are.
Bottleneck.
Guess where we are.
Exactly.
Yeah. We're overdue, actually.
We're overdue for a world war.
Yeah.
On that note, we're gonna cover this video, and I think we're gonna hit Chupacabra. And there's a couple we aren't going to get to tonight, but I'm looking at the time, and we got to cut it short here. So we'll do this Chupacabra and then call it a night, just because, we are over my target by 14 minutes, which is okay. We tend to do that. We tend to waffle, but I don't want to keep this going too much longer. We. Anyway.
So you're French now?
Yeah, oui. Let's continue.
I believe.
He described Atlantis as being an ancient civilization of equal size to Europe and having superior technology. He said that Atlantis disappeared somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean some 10,000 years ago due to a large flood. We now know that every civilization has a flood myth, and in all of them, the Great Flood occurred 10,000 years ago. When the Soviet Union was at the height of its power, Casey said, "From Russia comes the hope of the world, not in respect to communism, but freedom. It will take years to crystallize, but Russia will once again be free." In 1991, the Soviet Union dissolved and abandoned communism. In 1934, not much was known about the Jewish sect called the Essenes, But Casey described the sect in detail, and his descriptions were determined to be accurate. He said their records and documents would come to light, and 12 years later, the Dead Sea Scrolls written by the Essenes were discovered. He predicted the El Nino and La Nina weather events before anyone knew about them. In the 1930s, he said the 44th president of the United States would be black.
What number was Obama?
44.
He did it again!
And on January 1st, 1945, Casey said he would be buried in 4 days. His wife didn't like this prediction.
I'm afraid to ask what happened.
He died of a stroke 3 days later and was buried in his hometown just as he predicted. But the sleeping prophet's most disturbing predictions are yet to come. According to Casey, the Earth is in for a catastrophe that will reshape continents and rewrite borders around the world.
All right.
In 1936, Edgar Casey predicted that the world would undergo a pole shift between 16 and 20 degrees. And this would happen when both Mount Etna in Italy and Mount Pelée in Martinique erupt together. And when that happens, we'll have 90 days to evacuate the coastlines.
Are those volcanoes still active?
Oh, they are. Mount Etna just erupted a few months ago, and scientists at Mount Pelée said that the seismic activity there is above baseline.
No.
Now, if the poles do shift, as Edgar Casey predicts, the world map is going to look very different. Africa will be divided into 3 parts. The Nile will widen, and a brand new waterway will split the continent. As the Red Sea grows, Cairo will eventually disappear into the sea. Asia is already very seismic and will suffer the most dramatic changes. Land will be covered from the Philippines to Japan by the ocean. As the Pacific plate shifts, the islands of Japan will sink, leaving only a few small islands. Taiwan and most of Korea will be completely lost to the sea. The entire coast of China will be pushed inland hundreds of miles. The population of India will be told not to seek higher ground within the interior of the country due to buckling of the land. Instead, they'll have to head to the Himalayas. The high mountains of Tibet and Nepal will provide refuge. Antarctica will no longer be covered in ice, but will once again become fertile and green. Australia will lose nearly 25% of its land due to coastal flooding. The Adelaide area will become a new sea. The Simpson and Gibson deserts will become fertile farming land. New Zealand will actually grow in size and will once again connect to mainland Australia. And New Zealand will ultimately become one of the safest areas in the New World.
Lucky Kiwis.
Europe will suffer. Most of Northern Europe will simply be gone, sunk into the sea as the tectonic plate underneath it collapses. Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Denmark disappear, eventually becoming hundreds of small islands. Most of the UK, from Scotland to the English Channel, will disappear into the ocean, but several small islands will remain. London and Birmingham will actually survive.
Muted. That doesn't sound like a good time at all.
Sounds like
kind of funny. That little area between the British Isles and like mainland Europe, it did used to be above water called Dogland.
Yep.
And New Zealand
this
used
is like
to be
before.
Yep.
Huh.
Hey, Rhino.
Yeah.
Hey, as interesting as this guy is, if you look up his name, you'll find 2 sources for him, but about 100 calling him bullshit.
All right. Well, again, we're just this is the first time I've ever heard of
Oh,
him.
I know.
So, but yeah, I mean, is he legit? Is he not? I don't know. I'm curious. I might cover this guy a little bit more. I'm actually curious to do this.
They probably just don't like him because of the talking fish.
Well, no, not this
He's
guy.
the best co-host.
No, not this
Edgar
guy.
Casey.
Edgar.
Yeah,
Edgar
Edgar
Casey.
Casey.
There's
There's
a lot of
nothing.
people
There's
that-
nothing wrong with this guy at all, except
well,
the fish is a
we
little,
watched-
you know,
A little weird.
different.
Hey man, look up COVID.
What's that?
Look up COVID. You'll find all kinds of fucking naysayers on both sides, right?
Well, yeah. There's
True.
yeah. All right. We will pound through the rest of this here really quick.
But not as cities, as islands. Ireland will disappear completely except for land at high elevation. Russia will be separated from Europe by an entirely new sea when the Caspian, Black, Kara, and Baltic seas combine. The new sea will stretch all the way to Siberia. Russia's climate will remain intact, leaving Russia to supply most of Europe's food.
Putin is going to be king of the world.
You mean he isn't already?
You make a good point.
In Canada, most of the coastline will be pushed in by 200 miles. Regions in Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and areas of Alberta will become the Refugee Survival Center of Canada. As the North American plate buckles, the new islands of California will be created with almost 150 separate islands.
No one's going to miss California.
Right?
Holy shit.
see
Half
no
of
negative
Colorado's
here.
underwater, though.
Other than Ireland being gone, I see no negatives here.
No, I really don't either. Nevada's gone, so.
Did you guys
fucking-
watch?
Utah's
off these
gone. No more
volcanoes?
Mormons.
Wait a second. My mid-tier hookers are going to be drowning?
Yeah, they're all gone.
Yeah.
Don't worry, they'll go inland.
I'm going to Vegas.
Did you guys watch
Vegas is
Pop's stream
underwater.
last night?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. If I remember correctly, he compared two maps between like I think at least 2 decades. He thought that the declination difference between the same map area was about the same as, I guess, Casey predicted, 16 to 18 degrees.
Yeah.
But we're not experiencing that, I guess, the alleged results that are on the screen.
Well,
Okay.
what the screen results are what they're showing is they're talking about a polar shift, and that's these are the results of the polar shift. That 16 to 18 degree shift is going to come before the hard 90-degree polar shift, which we've already covered in a previous stream of how the North Pole is actually shifting and drifting.
Okay, it makes a lot more sense with a 90-degree shift.
Yes.
I might have missed that. Apologies.
Yeah, he didn't really cover it. He kind of skipped on that. But we have polar shifts about every 75,000 years.
Crusader, do you remember what episode we covered that on, by the way?
Not that I can remember, but I have to go back and look and I can find it.
Damn it.
For those of you me joining you guys.
For those of you hang on, for those of you watching live, if you haven't checked out our past episodes, we actually have talked about quite a bit of awesome shit. So it's on MGTOW, it's on YouTube. If you want to check out older streams, they are in YouTube, they're on playlists. Our call-in shows are there. We've got our live shows there. We've got edited content there. So feel free to peruse through that because we've done some conspiracy stuff. We've done some stuff like this. We've done, you name it. We've covered it. We've done a lot of shit. So, but anyway, your question, sir, and then we're going to get back to this video here really quick.
Is it going to get warmer in Canada?
Yes.
Okay, let's set off these fucking volcanoes.
All right. Here we go.
We're doing fundraisers, guys. Let's set off volcanoes.
Fundraise.
Yeah, up here in Alaska, it's still a little too cold.
Alaska would be about the way they're talking about the shift happening. Alaska would be about the same. You would basically end up about where the Midwest United States is. The entire map would basically be shifted. East would be north. South would be like take the world and just literally shift the entire thing 90 degrees one way or another.
I think it's our turn to be warm. Like, guys, it's our turn.
St. Louis Arch in the chat. I'm telling you, look into Suspicious Observers. So those of you that are watching, check them out. He talks about this stuff and brings receipts. And Casey never enters the discussion. It's all science. So that's something to check into. And on that note, we're going to move on, get through this one. And then, like I said, Chupacabra and out. We are done after Chupacabra tonight. So
that's the name of the channel. Ben Davidson is the guy's name. The Suspicious Observers.
Yes.
That's the video that I, the link I put in the chat. I sent it to Blake, but he said, I think this guy's bullshit. We've heard many people say the same stuff.
Okay, there we go. And onward. So you guys check it out for yourselves. If you like it, you like it. If you think it's bullshit, you think it's bullshit. But it's up to you guys to determine that, but it's worth looking into, I suppose.
The West Coast will recede east toward Nebraska, Wyoming, and Colorado. The Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence will join and continue from the Mississippi River all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. All coastal areas from Maine to Florida will be taken over by water and pushed inland for miles.
I really don't, just a quick interjection, I really don't have a problem with this theory, depending on how many centuries or millennia it takes to actually do what he's talking about here. They're saying it's just a volcano causes all this, but if you believe that Pangea was a thing. This isn't really anything out of the ordinary. The fucking continents shift and shit happens all the time. So it's really not that unbelievable, to be honest.
If I remember
Yeah,
right,
it does
I've
happen.
heard
It
about
just
this-
happens so long that in our lifespans, it is negligible.
Right. Yeah. To see just a volcano do it, I don't
I
know.
recall reading or hearing somewhere that the theory that there's a theory out there that this happens super rapidly, once every like 70,000 years.
Yeah. I don't know if I buy that. Where the poles just flip and everybody gets fucked and extreme extinction events and all of that. Yeah. I've watched something on that as well.
Apparently, there's evidence in the geomagnetic
Yeah.
fields about this actually being the case.
Okay. I don't know. I'm going to stay until I see further evidence of such. I'm going to call bullshit. I don't think the poles just flip and everything goes to shit and everybody goes extinct.
Well, you've had a girlfriend. You know poles flip.
Okay. I'll give you that. But nobody died in that process that I know
Are
of.
you sure?
Except your dignity.
My dignity
Just a little
died,
bit.
yes. Oh, Jesus. I'm pressing play.
Most of the coastal areas of Mexico will be flooded. The California Baja coast will ultimately become a series of islands. Billions of people will be displaced by this cataclysm. Billions more will be killed.
Well, that was cheerful.
Sorry about that.
When is this pole shift supposed to happen?
Well,
Tomorrow.
Casey said 1998.
Oh, we're fine.
Yeah, but NASA has detected a slight pole shift that could be a concern.
When did they detect the shift?
1998.
Yeah, damn it.
I like to fish a little bit. All right.
Now, to be fair, Edgar Casey has his detractors. He gave over 14,000 readings, so he's going to be right at least some of the time. It's the correct predictions that make headlines. Nobody really notices the things that Casey got wrong. Casey used expressions like...
So the motherfucker was wrong the other half of the time. I'm just assuming. So there's the clock theory again. It's twice, right twice a day. There you go.
Perhaps, and maybe, and I feel that, rather than using positive declarations. And this is a common technique used by strip mall psychics. This is known as the Barnum effect, a common
Polska's actually a flat earther. I give him shit for it, but he's admitted to it a
What?
few times now. Yeah. There you go. Live. You saw it here live. Polska Bob, as a flat earther, there is no South Pole. All right. I don't know how your compass works, though. I think we're going to run into a few problems on that. But okay. I have a friend who's a flat earther. We don't talk much anymore. He once he went flat earth, dude, he got really fucking weird. And I couldn't have a conversation with him. JMO actually knows him.
It's almost like Scientology.
Dude, it's bizarre.
When you make it big, Rhino, you got to pay for him to have the space tourist flight to go into orbit, so that he could be corrected.
There you go. We're gonna send when I get big, I'm gonna send Polska and my buddy on we'll give him a 2-way trip on space tours, and I want them to take pictures from space. But do cameras work in space? I don't know.
Yes.
We'll see.
Yes.
There you go. Cameras work in space, but is there
As long as
even
there's
space
lights
on
going off of objects, yes, it will.
Rhino.
Yeah.
This buddy, did he used to drive a blue truck?
Yes, it's the same one.
Ah, dumb buddy.
He actually believes it, dude. And I thought he was joking for a while.
Hold on, like how wholeheartedly, like 100%, like this is just him now?
100%. Absolutely.
Well, at least the whiskey did something usI'm
Yeah, I'm
Gave him
not
something
even
to believe in.
Okay, does the compass ever point south? No, it doesn't. I'm not getting into this flat earth shit tonight. It already gave me a headache the first fucking 6 months of arguing about it. All right, Polska, the earth is flat. You win. Carrying on.
Declarations. And this is a common technique used by strip mall psychics. This is known as the Barnum effect, a common psychological phenomenon where people tend to accept vague descriptions as uniquely applicable to themselves. Now, there were many occasions where Casey would receive a letter from a...
Yes. Everybody on my panel tonight is under the age of 55. All of them are Caucasian, that I can tell. I'm just giving you vague descriptions. I've never even seen some of these guys, so, but I bet they're all going, yeah, how do you know that? Yeah. Anyway, you get the point of where I'm going with this. When they do the psychic readings for people who have died that come back and they talk to the family members, they give very vague shit.
Okay.
And then, of course, they lead those people into saying something about that family member, and then they pull details out of that. So, yeah, that's basically what he's talking about. So,
sick person, and then do a reading for them, giving them a diagnosis. Casey didn't know that when he was in his trance, the people were already dead. Now, Casey supporters defend this by saying, well, if they had applied the cure while they were alive, they wouldn't have died. Okay, sure. But if Casey was talking to spirits or communing with the universe or whatever he did, the universe should have given him a heads up. And every time Casey got something wrong, there was always a convenient excuse. For example, Casey gave the location for buried pirate treasure, which sent people scrambling all over the world looking for it.
No treasure?
No. Casey's supporters said it was possible the ghosts of Native Americans or pirates were playing tricks on him.
Ghost pirates are pretty sneaky.
You cheated. Pirate. Was Edgar Casey a psychic? I don't really know. Nobody does. Edgar Casey was never exposed as a hoaxer, and I believe that he saw whatever it is that he saw. Sure. And a recent poll surveyed thousands of American adults of similar income, education, and academic performance. And it found that 50% of people believe in some form of ESP or psychic phenomena. What the poll also found is that people who do not believe in psychics tend to be more structured and analytical in their thinking.
Eggheads.
And the people who do believe are more emotional and creative in their thinking.
Hippies.
Well, the poll was quick to point out that believers were gullible and lacked critical thinking skills. Now, that may be true to an extent, but the poll also found, and this is important, that those quote-unquote gullible believers were far happier in their lives and had much lower levels of stress.
That's right. So if you're gullible, you're happier. In the chat, those of you still watching, do you want us to do you want us to cover a flat Earth episode?
No. Fuck no.
Please don't.
We got Polska down here just still telling us about the flat Earth here. We could have Polska versus. We need like a flat earther and a definitely not flat earther that are both scientifically skilled enough to argue this case, and I'll just host it. Yeah, well, Nate could probably do it. I don't want to put him on the spot, but I'm sure he could.
You know what? I'm pretty sure there's a
flat Earth versus round
that
Earth
you can find.
I mean, I could
just come on.
We could just launch.
Technically round, it's more oblong.
Yeah. Well, no. Here, look, Polska said, I have to. We're talking down the rabbit hole. Polska says it's not so much that we believe it's flat. We don't know. We don't.
We do know.
NASA never happened. We don't know, but I'll tell you what we don't believe. It's a spinning ball. All right. So the Earth is not a spinning ball. The way the sun rises and sets is all a lie. It's all stage. It's the Truman Show is what it is.
Polska's just high on LSD all the time.
Polska's on some shit I want to be on. According to the Bible, there's a dome over us called I guess I've heard this.
Firmament, yes, and it's gone.
Okay, that was after the flood. Anyway,
yes.
St. Louis Arch, yes, so it can be shot down. Now, see that again, even Kent Oven agrees to that. There was a firmament. It's gone now. It hasn't been around for a long time. Where are we at? Rhino, remember, and I had you look up the UN flag. What was missing? I get your point, but Jesus,
your mom was missing from it.
You're going down the wrong rabbit hole, buddy.
Yeah, we're not going down that rabbit hole, but St. Louis Arch, though the subject does tend to create hostility in both directions. Okay. All right. And that is it for Flat Earth tonight.
Stress and skeptics. When we talk about psychic phenomena or the supernatural aspects of religion,
6 of 1.
These are things that defy scientific explanation, but nobody can deny that these things provide solace to the bereaved, hope to the unfortunate, and structure to an existence that is chaotic at best.
That's my fault. I can see it. I've got multiple screens open. I just forgot to put it up. Sorry, guys.
Does the supernatural exist? I don't know. I would agree that most psychics are frauds taking advantage of people, but Edgar Casey never took a penny. He really wanted to help people. Now, whether he was a real psychic or delusionary, I don't think that matters. We need more people willing to dedicate their lives to helping others. We need more people who see themselves not as the center of the universe, but part of it, part of a larger community where we have to look after each other. Real or not, we need more people like Edgar Casey.
All right, fair enough. And we'll leave it on that note. And then, like I promised, Chupacabra.
Rhino.
Yes, sir.
Because of this guy, I'm changing my YouTube name to Prophet.
Okay, you do that. I'm reading the comments
Prophet
here.
Jamo. It has a ring to it.
Prophet Jamo. There you go.
Thank you, my child.
Look, Polska, I don't know anything about Operation. I don't know anything about Operation Fishbowl. I don't know about nuking the firmament. Polska, you're going to have to do your own show on this. I mean, I'll watch it, but you're gonna have to prove your case, sir.
What is firmament?
The firmament is supposed to be this dome over the earth, presumably ice, perhaps. But anyway, prior to the flood, according to religious, like Kent Hovind talks about it. You can look that up. The firmament, Kent Hovind. You can get into that if you want to, but I'm not going to try to go into detail here.
Well, after this stream, me and Polska are going to put on our Heaven's Gate T-shirts and end it all.
Okay. You guys have fun.
No, don't do that. Don't do it. Don't drink.
Are you a believer?
No,
hey, you're going to be jealous when I'm on that mothership.
All
hey,
right,
man,
guys.
I'm a fucking emperor. I ain't jealous
This is
of
how
nobody.
you know the show is coming.
Oh,
to
dude,
an
you're an
end.
emperor?
This is how
Yeah.
you know the show's coming to an end.
Okay, about the goat sucker.
We've gone this far. Okay, Chupacabra, history and
Oh,
lore
God.
explained. We promised at the beginning of the show, so I'm going to give it to him. If you stuck around for the Chupacabra this long and got through all of our nonsense, thank you. If you want to support the show, head over to RedPillRhino.com and you feel free to donate. Thank you guys for sticking through this long. Really appreciate you. We made it to Flat Earth. Now we're to Chupacabra. So there you go.
Hold on, I'm getting a text from the Kakui.
Hang on. And by the way, this is coming from, so I can credit this, the last bacon. Not the goddamn bacon, but the last bacon. So there you go. Again, it's being borrowed from the History Channel, though. So there you go. But I do want to cover this Chupacabra quickly.
Upon the story, occurrence, or event that we simply can't explain. A UFO sighting, perhaps. A mysterious disappearance. Eerie coincidence.
Watch your mics if you're breathing into the mics, please.
I apologize.
Thank you, sir.
You often hear about these in the news or maybe in a documentary, but they always appear somewhat disconnected from the real world. Like there's something that could never happen to me or you. Well, I'm almost certain that's exactly what Madeline Tolentino would have thought as she worked the laundry at her residence in Canovanas, Puerto Rico, on a warm evening of the second week of August in 1995. Was she listening to the radio or watching the TV? We don't really know. But we do know what she claims she saw outside her window that day. Through the glass, Miss Tolentino saw a strange creature, standing on two legs, bearing a lizard-like appearance with large claws and glowing red eyes. The sighting would have only lasted a moment, I'm sure, but as she ran out together with her husband to identify the disappearing creature, it was just enough to leave an impression. A strong enough of an impression for Miss Tolentino to call up the local newspaper.
So, gentlemen in the chat and on the panel, who was the Chupacabra, in your opinion?
It was me.
It was Hillary. It was Hillary.
It was fucking Hillary.
Yeah.
Alternative theory, Jekyll.
MGTOW, you've got to get all up in your mic's
speak into the
business
mic.
because you are way muffled right now.
I was going to say John Kerry.
Jesus. Jamo, you need to step back from your mic. God damn it,
Okay, is that better?
John Kerry.
Is that better? Right?
It's pretty bad, dude. I don't know what's going on there.
Are you using your cat as a
No,
pop
I'm
filter?
not. No, I'm not.
It's pretty good.
I'm gonna
You
use
got
it.
that meow mixture.
Hang on.
Meow, 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 meow.
I'm gonna full screen him. guys, just lean in, and if you're watching on the cell phone, I'm sorry, but
sorry
here we
about
go.
this.
Mando,
Jekyll,
go ahead. You have the
how
floor.
old is the oldest female in your group that likes to fart in Yukia?
His girlfriend? How old is your girlfriend, Jackal?
Not the girlfriend. She's 22.
Oh, did you hear that? Not the girlfriend. So the other girl is the girlfriend. Okay, she's 22. MGTOW, get back to your point there.
Here's my theory.
Uh-huh.
It's either her or one of her ancestors.
There you go.
That sounds about right. She is demonic.
I'm gonna stick with
it's the goth chick. What did I fucking tell you? She's a fucking witch.
My vote is for Chris Mitchell is the Chupacabra.
Yes.
In the wake of
it was me, guys.
It was you. What, did you get thirsty that night? You wanted some blood?
This report.
No, I was taking revenge because I am also the Lindbergh baby. Okay,
God.
so I reincarnated as a Chupacabra.
Nice.
Also the what?
The Lindbergh baby.
Jackal's too young to know that.
I was murdered in a past life, and I reincarnated as a Chupacabra hybrid.
This is terrible. Please,
what movie is that from?
Please go subscribe to Chris Mitchell's channel. Chris, can you post that in the live chat for us?
I don't trust you.
No, not without tabbing out. I can't. I'm on my cell phone. I can't tab out.
If anyone else can do that for me, please do so. Thank you. All right, we're gonna get through this really quick. Chris Mitchell sucking on some cows. It's gonna be good times.
Would be the spark that would eventually start a wildfire of reports, sightings, and eyewitnesses from all around the South America and the U.S.
Oh,
descriptions were provided.
God damn it! I'm tired as fuck. Sorry, guys. Here we go. Video is back on the screen. I'm an asshole.
Oh my God, the moon is flat.
Investigations were conducted, and a legend was.
Wow.
It's born.
Sorry.
Perhaps one of the most iconic creatures in South American folklore, the Chupacabra. But let's backtrack for a minute because
holy shit, that's proof. The Earth is flat. The moon went in reverse there, guys. Proof confirmed. Earth is absolutely flat.
Yeah, it's not that the moon's tidal locked or anything like that.
No, nothing like that. All right. In the live chat, Crusader Nate provided a link to Chris Mitchell's channel, so please go check him out. Give him a sub. Hit the likes on his channel when you go watch him. He's awesome, and he is the Chupacabra, so you have to subscribe now.
Miss Tolentino
and
might
totally
have
a
been the
bigot.
spark to set the fire ablaze. The very first report concerning mysterious cattle deaths actually takes us 4 months before her experience, to March 1995, where 8 sheep were found dead with 3 puncture wounds in their abdomen, seemingly drained of all blood. This was followed by over 150 similar cases occurring around the city of Canovanas in the following months. Dead goats, vanishing cattle, rabbits.
Chris, can you explain yourself and why you have a fetish with livestock?
Look, I was just trying to get attention, okay? I was just trying to get attention.
Just did it for the likes on YouTube.
I was down in South America kind of area, just bored out of my fucking mind, looking for some attention, looking to take out some rage on people. And first I was thinking crop circles, but then I was like, fuck that. Let's go fucking kill some shit. So I, freaked everybody out.
So I think even more that you're related to the Clintons.
We don't have you on the show often, but when we do, I don't regret it at all, man. Thank you for coming on tonight.
No worries. Hey, I'm here to share, And
I just figured Chris liked it when they called him Daddy.
Also, I feel like there is an ancestral connection between JMO and Chris Mitchell. I think they're somehow related, but I cannot confirm nor deny this yet.
Possibly.
Don't be jealous. I know you want in.
Man.
They even sound similar.
Yes.
It's
perfect.
Really weird. Yeah. So anyway, carrying on with the Chupacabra, Chris Mitchell.
It's strewn about people's backyards.
Video's not up.
I see it.
But it doesn't end there.
Damn it.
Not even a year later, in the same town, 2 brothers, Michael and Angel Negron, witnessed the creature in their backyard hunched over a dead goat. They described
I
it
remember
as
these
3
guys.
or 4 feet tall, with skin like that of a dinosaur, eyes the size of hen's eggs.
It's a dinosaur now, too. Could it be the elusive Bronto Mitchell?
No, man. I remember these guys. They were actually very nice. The one was incredibly handsome. We had a lovely evening afterwards.
Let's be honest. You guys didn't come here specifically for the chupacabra. You came here for the banter and the waffles, so you definitely got it. Let's carry the fuck on.
Long fangs and multicolored spikes running down its head and back. The reports
Exactly how I look.
People were scared, and so they turned to the local mayor, Jose Ramon Soto Rivera, asking to campaign against the animal, which has been coined El Chupacabras, or the goat sucker, by the local comedian Silverino Perez. Mr. Soto more than agreed, and on October 20...
No. Mitchell, when are you changing your channel name to the goat sucker?
Give me a week or so.
Dude. Holy fuck.
He can't do that yet. I haven't been on the show.
Yeah, well, that guy is a bastard, by the way. Okay, look, we dated for a little while, and he's just a jealous motherfucker. That's all.
What the fuck?
I mean, the renditioning, it looks like the species. Do you know Natasha Hentridge?
Yes.
Is she a figure skater?
Oh, you lucky.
Dude, she's from my home island. She's from my home island.
Nice.
Yeah.
Built like Hoyt Gracie.
How are you feeling on our last topic? Have we sufficiently gone down the rabbit hole, sir, Crusader?
Oh, I'm just sitting back and laughing and enjoying the show.
I think everybody is at this point.
I
didn't know.
Mando using
I
his
honestly
pop filter.
I didn't know this was going to turn into like a documentary of my life and time. So I am very honored.
All right. Well, we'll get through this then.
29th, the Sunday before Halloween that year, he led an evening expedition of 200 civil defense employees and other volunteers into the dense jungle surrounding the town. Armed with torches, weapons, and traps, they were determined to catch the animal, but unfortunately were unsuccessful. From then on, the terror...
You sneaky little bastard.
...continued.
Chris climbed a
with
tree.
The first human attack on Juana Tizok, who received multiple bite marks after the creature descended down upon her using web-like bandages. The incidents kept piling on, and honestly, there are way too many to cover them all individually. However, what should be noted is that they didn't stay in Puerto Rico. Soon, reports were coming in from Argentina, Bolivia, Colombia, Honduras, Peru.
Man, Chris, you really get around, don't you?
Hey, man, I had some not so proud moments.
He likes his Latin ladies. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, hang on.
He's
maybe
not
he was
going to
just
just
trying to
dedicate
do
to one country.
Actually, in my Chupacabra form, I prefer the boys, and that bitch was just a fucking fake me too. So fuck her.
Wow. Okay.
How do we know you weren't just trying to geomax?
Well, we didn't have a name for it then. You know what I mean? I was just touring. I was discovering myself.
Just keep your small animals away from Chris.
This is Chris's hoe phase. I'm gonna go out and discover myself.
So glad
being
I'm
a
an
passport bro.
It's difficult for you.
Passport bro. The Chupacabra, a passport bro story.
The OG passport bro.
Yes.
There is a B-rated movie with that title somewhere.
I'm so glad we saved this for last.
There's
Silence
a
of the-
spell that he has to chant before he turns into the Chupacabra, though. I'm sure of it.
Oh yeah, I mean, like my clothes don't fit, so I'm going out in my birthday suit essentially. So
Before
be
you
ready
have
for
to
that.
say the chant and then you transform. Yeah.
Silence
very
of the
sad.
Lambs is what happens when Chris walks in the barn.
All right. We are moving.
Quick
moving
question.
on. Yes,
question.
Mando.
What-
Quit using your cat as a fucking pop filter. Come on.
It just out of curiosity, was this back in the 70s when men were men and sheep were scared?
I thought that was just Wyoming, not just the 70s.
It was mid '90s, man. All right, and it was the free love phase. What can I say?
Free love.
But
All
I
right.
did
The
not
free
have
love as a
sex with those
chupacabra,
animals.
Wow. All right, pressing play.
Peru,
Jesus.
Mexico, the US, and more, all describing an animal that feeds on cattle and leaves them drained of blood. Curiously, over the years, two main appearances have emerged concerning chupacabra, which are distinctly different. One follows the original report from Madeline Talatino, describing a reptile-like creature with leather or scaly gray skin, carrying a strong smell of sulfur, with sharp spines running down its back.
So Chris has an iron deficiency.
No, this is why you can't trust Canadians. That's
Chris,
this
you
right
really
here.
need to hit leg day, my guy. Come on.
Right.
Look, that drawing was piss poor. Okay, and you try staying smelling fresh in the fucking jungle. All right, you go ahead.
I'm
and try
not
that.
knocking you for the smell. I guarantee you that anybody spending a prolonged amount of time out in the jungle, ask Pop. He'll tell you that you'll start stinking. I'm not criticizing you on that. That's just your camouflage. But the legs, man, you need to squat more.
I told you that's a piss poor drawing. Okay, it was dark. You couldn't get a good look.
What I want to know,
You
Chris,
can do a
is
photo shoot then.
what I want to know, Chris, is why do you look like Hillary Clinton with the posture of Ellen DeGeneres?
Or even worse, why do you look like Hillary and the Hunchback of Notre Dame did a fusion?
Well,
And then pushed it down a flight of stairs.
Stories, if you haven't noticed our stories, mine and Bill Clinton's are very similar. Okay.
So you were caught. You're telling me that you got caught and someone took a picture of you laying on a bearskin rug, wine in hand, in front of a fireplace when Hillary walked in this form.
While sucking on
Who,
a goat.
who do you think she caught Bill with first?
I was about to say.
Wow.
Like Monica came later.
Wow.
All I'm getting in my head is an image like with Deadpool on the what is it, the rug in front of the fireplace. On a,
It was just like that. It was
some
very
animal.
sexy.
I'm
Very
guessing
sexy.
he's impersonating you.
Wow.
It was very sexy.
We're gonna press play now.
Other takes on the form of a mutated wild dog with no hair, a pronounced spine, and large fangs/claws.
See, Ellen.
Regardless of the appearance, their behavior is always the same. They sneak around, unseen, shrouded by night, attacking cattle.
Okay, before anybody doubts that Chris is the chupacabra, has anybody ever seen Chris though? So I'm just saying.
Yeah,
No, we can ask Skid. We can ask
the hair
Skid to
on
go
my
there and
back.
visit him.
Look, the hair on my back, okay? It's what happens when you get to my age, okay? It's just what happens. You guys are going to fucking go through it too.
I have seen Chris. Me and Edgar Casey saw him in a past life and told him, "Hey, you're the Chupa de Cabre." Ole!
Ole!
All right, guys, press
Chris,
play.
in
We only
your-
have a few more minutes left, and then we can all go back to our regular lives.
What do you mean? This is our regular life.
This is normal.
Our regular lives are terrible.
For Chris, this
They
is
suck.
normal.
This is why we're here to escape.
Everybody comes here to listen about Chris's stories about this stuff.
Sexual
All right.
technologist.
His whole
Grind
phase.
of corpses
Him and
with
his
2
hoe
or
phase.
3 distinct bite marks. Truly something to make you think twice before heading out into the forest after dark.
Man, that cow was
But
hot.
perhaps it is a part of human nature, that the desire to understand everything. But the story of the chupacabra is no different. In fact, Benjamin Radford conducted a 5-year investigation into the story, which culminated in the 2011 book, Tracking.
Imagine that dude chasing you around for 5 years, fucking harassing you. Get a look at
Not
that.
only
I think you would have lost some weight.
In the wrong place for 5 years. In the wrong place.
God damn it.
Into the story, which culminated in the 2011 book, Tracking the Chupacabra, in which he attempted to once and for all uncover the mystery of this creature, and what he found was, well, inconclusive, might be putting it
thunderstorm?
mildly.
He found a thunderstorm. Yes. And that was all. That's all the book's about is a thunderstorm. It's like 16 chapters on rain droplets and cloud accumulation.
Original lizard-like appearance.
Great legacy for 5 years.
The creature called.
Say that again. Uh-oh. He broke up on us there. All right, we're going to press play.
Sill from the 9th.
Chris, I can't hear him now. I think they found out that the Chupacabra is live on our show and they booted him.
I think it's a great legacy for 5 years of work. Inconclusive. I could have wrote that out in 15 fucking minutes. Inconclusive.
There you go. All right.
1995 horror movie Species, which Miss Talentino actually reported watching prior to her encounter.
Mm-hmm.
Furthermore, it appeared as if none of the animal victims had been truly drained of blood. Some of them had bled out, yes, but after a veterinarian examined multiple carcasses, they determined that the blood had simply pooled in other parts of the body, making the chest cavity appear drained. Finally, the discoveries of multiple quote-unquote chupacabra bodies have been disputed after a DNA analysis revealed they were simply wild dogs or coyotes suffering from a type of mange or scabies, which made them lose fur. So where does this leave us? Should you be wary of the chupacabra when exploring the forest?
Yeah, because he's on our stream, so I would be very wary.
You're in the forest of BC. Now you got to worry.
Considering just the natural predators there, we should be thankful Chris is here with us right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a grizzly bear?
The like a cocaine bear?
Yeah, well, I've seen one of those.
Well, I haven't seen one of those, but I did hear something about this.
Hey, you got a movie. Where's your movie?
Worse, there's it's a bear that can transform into a woman, but still has the bear claws.
And like cocaine.
And likes cocaine.
Yeah, and likes cocaine. Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Hey, Chris.
After simps.
And on that note, we've got like a minute left. Let's get less than a minute. Let's get through this.
It's as recent as 2019. It's perhaps hard to completely rule out, but for now, the evidence seems to suggest that no such creature exists. And if it does,
no. We'll just end it there. It does exist. It lives in Canada, and it's losing all of its rights. So it's a sad, unfortunate circumstance, but the Chupacabra is alive and well in Canada right now.
Hey,
That's
Chris.
why he's taking it all out in South America.
Well, no, like I said, that was my whole phase in, geomaxing, as you call it. We didn't have a word for it.
Okay.
Well, you all do realize the original Chupacabra was nothing more than Dracula's pet, right?
I think the Chupacabra's taken over his mic.
That wouldn't surprise me.
We cannot hear you, sir. It's terrible.
I told you he keeps using his cat as a pop.
He just fucking has the cat like stuffed up on the mic.
Hey,
okay, I can actually attest to that because my cat, when I'm sitting here on my computer playing with my mic kind of close to my face, my cat likes to go in, do her little loaf on my left side. So while I have control WASD, it's like a good landing spot for her. And yeah, it gets in the way of my mic because it's on my left side. So I could understand that.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah, mate.
Hey, I know in your picture you kind of look a little gangly and sickly, but well, you could suck me anytime, buddy.
Damn it.
And end of stream.
You all heard it. You all heard it. He forfeits his rights to call any authorities.
Okay.
I don't know.
So
It looks like. No, go ahead, Joe.
Now that we've gotten to this point in the evening where there are open invitations for oral, I think we're going to call it a night.
Hey, I was talking about my neck, you perv.
Yeah. Sure.
Are you sure?
Yeah, my bottom neck.
All right.
Your bottom neck.
Okay, we have reached the 4-hour mark, which means I am
neck.
now an hour over my goal. So, but we didn't go any further than that. So I'm proud of myself. Kind of. Anyway, thank you for joining. Thank you for your support as always. wait a second. I have one thing I have to do before we leave. I have to check Rumble and MGTOW.tv. So any streams I missed, I'll read now. Buck Wayne from Rumble. Ukraine is the deep state's piggy bank. All right. You're not wrong. Buck Wayne also says folks have adopted their cell phones as their new god and they obey. He's not wrong. Let's see. We go over to MGTOW.tv really quick. We see WM Harrison has left all the chats here. So let's go through them really quick. What up, slow chat? I hope I stay awake long enough. Just got off my PT job. That was a while ago. And so we'll see. He's still here. Bros, there is not a governmental branch or agency the Soviet Russians have not infiltrated. That there is some theory to that. Yeah. There's a guy that did a statement. Crusader, who was the guy that did the whole Uranov or something like that? He had the little whiteboard. He was explaining
Yuri Bezmenov.
Yuri Bezmenov, yeah. So if you guys want to check him out, there is some truth to that statement. Let's see. He also says you're talking about the basketball tyranny. Not the hero we wanted, but definitely the hero we need. I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, the teacher that the guy that was
basketball titty tyranny.
Yeah, it's an old
or tranny. Excuse me. I just can't read now. I'm fucking exhausted. Glenn Beck is controlled D plus or plus. Excuse me. He made out on the former LWC Blaze deal. That's why Crowder left. I don't know the details of that. I don't know where Crowder went. I don't know why he's not still doing a show. I do know he left the whole Blaze situation, and that's a whole mess. I don't know the details, and I'm not going to speculate, but wish Crowder would come back. It's been a weird 3 months not seeing him. 29 years, 24 hours, and a day. Shit, no wonder they created climate change because they created it. The rise of CO2 levels annually. All right. Let's see. W. M. Harrison, he's got quite a lot to say tonight on MGTOW. Fuck the churches, read the Bible, older Bibles. The newer ones are changing words. I strongly believe.
In games only.
Yeah, I strongly believe censoring. They are censoring, yes. Well, I died twice, and I believe in God of Israel and fought the demons and were protected against them. That's a story you could tell us. If you ever want to come onto the show and talk about that, I'd love to have you on. The government has an economy of fear. I also agree. And lastly, this was 5 seconds ago, so you are still awake. We should watch The Blob. It's more realistic. There's a lot of speculation. It would be much worse. It's like a real life horror movie. Say like hauntings based on true stories. They do not tell you everything because it's too scary.
Like the old 50s, 60s Blob.
I mean, there was a creature that was very similar to a blob, and I believe that's the name it actually got titled with. But it was a giant slug, and it was killed off. There's quite a few creatures that are very unique looking that were killed off during like civilization times, where colonists were still going around. They wiped them out.
The only things we missed tonight, believe it or not, in 4 hours we covered all of this. We only missed the legend of Rougarou. How did you pronounce that, Migdal Mando?
Rougarou or something like that.
So we might do
those the little forest hobgoblins.
I don't know. I'd have to.
Oh, great.
We also missed Black-Eyed Children and the knowledge
that's been debunked.
Okay.
Okay, and the Black Knight satellite. Those are the ones we missed tonight.
Yeah, I was gonna say that knowledge of the Forever Time video actually talks about the Black Knight satellite.
Okay, yeah, that's the one that I'm looking at. It is 56 minutes. Links to that are in the description on MGTOW, Rumble, and YouTube. If you guys want to check out any of those we didn't discuss tonight, you are more than welcome to do so. On that note, I think we have officially cleaned the slate of topics for discussion. If you haven't already joined our Gilded and you'd like to, where we have all the fun backstage and talk about how the Earth is round and the Brontosaurus is not real, you can join us over there on Gilded. Please hang on. You can email us at RedPillRhino@hotmail.com, and I will add you to the Gilded list. On that note, I'm going to put these guys backstage. We will do an after party. I don't know how long I will be present. But
Rhino, quick question.
Yeah. We will just hang on a second. We will do the after party after the show ends live. So if you guys want to shoot the shit and have fun back there, I put the link in the live chat. You're welcome to join. And that is it for us. But J-Mo, what is your quick question, sir?
So I tried ordering a RedPillRhino hoodie and a beanie.
Yeah.
I put all my card information in.
Yeah.
And I know the money was on there, but it wouldn't let it go through. Should I just refresh the page and try again?
Yeah, it might be some security issue with your card. But yeah, I would just maybe close it out, open it back up, try again. If not, try a different card. But I've had that happen on different sites where it rejects a certain card. So you may just have to restart.
Well, because I want to buy the merch to, support you, obviously. But
right on. Appreciate it.
Maybe try clearing your cache.
Yeah.
Sometimes that can cause a lot of problems with browsers.
So try using like PayPal or Venmo. Is that what you're saying instead of just a straight debit card? Or
I mean, like I said, if you just clear the cache,
So the 3 dots in the upper right hand corner.
Yeah.
You click that, go to settings in the search area, type cache. There's going to be a little thing there that says clear data or clear cache, depending on what browser you have.
Okay.
And then you can select what kind of temporary internet files, cookies, etc. Up until I think all time. But I do this for a living, do help desk stuff, and this comes up a lot. If you clear 7 days worth, that usually does the trick. But just remember, the things that automatically log you in, you're going to have to log in again. Is the only caveat that I have to give you on that part.
All right.
Well,
thank you for that.
Is it available on Amazon by chance?
No. My stuff is only through the link on RedPillRhino.com. Nothing on Amazon. No.
Okay. All right.
All right. On that note, we're going to get out of here because we are now over 4 hours. Thank you guys again for joining the show tonight. I appreciate you watching all to the end. Those of you that stuck around that long. Again, if you want to support the show, head on over to RedPillRhino.com. It's much appreciated. Again, thank you guys. I really appreciate you guys coming on and watching the show, and I appreciate you that came on the panel tonight, especially our Chupacabra. That was news to me, so really appreciate you guys. But we're going to get out of here. I'm going to put these guys backstage and do the outro here really quick. And anybody who wants to join the after party, the link is in the live chat. You can check that out and join the after party. These guys are sure to stick around and have some fun. Usually the after parties are that way. We just shoot the shit and have fun. All right, guys. Thank you. Until next week, it's been fun. And I will catch you probably next Friday, unless something else comes up. Sometimes I throw in a Saturday or a Wednesday stream randomly, but probably going to stick to Fridays for the foreseeable future. Anyway, I will catch you guys later. Thank you again. And see you next.
We are the arbiters of this society.
Repeat after me. As a good citizen, we must maintain a neutral carbon footprint. Repeat after me. We must eat the bugs. Repeat after me. We must eat the bugs.
This is a world that we create and manage. The people, they need to be controlled. We will give them truths, but only our truths. They are not to seek information anywhere else.
It is my job to keep order. So what you saw didn't happen. erase everything.
You a grunt? I used to be one, and I was good at it.
I know. Things were simpler then. I have some questions.
You need to understand, we're being hunted.
By who?
Bring him to me.
This breaks the world.
Your story isn't over yet. There's still a page left.
You're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different, man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible, it's not probable, you're irresponsible. Too many obstacles, you gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow, you can't be a pro, don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move, I'm gonna make it soon. And I'll do it cause it's what I wanna fucking do. Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions, they blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen, that shit is all fiction. Cause you hold the power as long as you're dreaming.
There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Aren't you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Aren't you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Fucking fight back. You ain't gonna make it, you ain't never ever gonna break it. You can never beat them and they're better than you face it. Thinking that they give a damn, you're not thinking straight, kid. No, they don't give a damn, you got what I'm saying? I'm not fucking playing, I'll give it to you straight, man. There's too many others and you're not that great, man. Stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore, I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds, talking out loud so proud. You better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more, speak out. It's about to head south. You're never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Aren't you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Aren't you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Fucking fight back.